shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. But he walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice wanted fire, a mind on this door. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sin. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring the veil. Worlds no illusions, no hollow incompleteness. Here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Misled, picking truth from the wreckage, raising thought from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot and declare. Exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord marches with a suffering command. A beast of judgment, the Lord will give his bed. On his growl, rips through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, Trigger keeps the balance right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I'm beginning the chaos of found to strong against the darkness, rising defense. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Now you're head to the beast that patrols the doors. It's in yellow reason with the ball crushing block. If his ball runs empty, the shadows will consume. The world cracks open. So with the command, don't deploy a core. If you know what's good, feed Morty the overlord.
Alright, welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you, and let's party! Who we got in the building? Shout out to Oro Kusaki. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Can't they sue the descendants of Africans who sold them to, I don't know, but we will definitely get into all of that. We got Wicked Dream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You saw him on the Vulcan Soapbox panel the other night. We got our boy Podesta. Said reparations is a non-starter. I think governments should be working to invest in communities and you'll indirectly get reparations. I tend to agree. And we got Nikki Dark Angel. Said reparations is worthless and ultimately more destructive to the people it supposedly intends to help. Seems like we all are on the same page. And we got Lucid's Emerald. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party, guys. Very good to see you. We have another awesome debate to go over. This was a Rattlesnake TV debate. So, of course, Andrew Wilson was there. And this guy, Austin Offscript, I wasn't too familiar with him. And I'm putting this out there up front. This may get a little bit, because there's a part, as you guys know, I like to jump through to make sure we got something good. But I don't like to watch the whole thing so I can react with you guys. So I think there's a part where they kind of start going in circles. We can skip that. And if it doesn't get past that, I have a backup thing where it's in the same vein of reparations, racism, systemic racism, all that kind of stuff. So welcome. As always, guys, if you cannot hear the video, please do let me know. Let's dive right in.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another phenomenal Rattlesnake TV debate night. We've got an interesting one for you today. We've got Austin Offscript, aka Austin Julio Broughton. Did I say that right, Austin?
Yes, sir, you did.
Never heard of them.
And we've got Andrew Wilson debating reparations and systemic racism in the United States of America. You may recognize Austin from his appearances on Jubilee. He also did a debate on reparations a few weeks ago against white privilege, which was an interesting one. Enjoyed that. Also did a modern day debate against Rob North. So been getting around a fair bit lately, which is good. And you guys will recognize Andrew Wilson from his many appearances on the channel.
Who? Andrew who?
Channel. So going to be a great one today, guys. We're going to have 5-minute opening statements followed by 60 to 90 minutes of open dialogue and then super chats. Just a fair warning, guys, when it comes to super chats, we will read from the most and down. And if we get time, we'll read them all, but we probably won't get time to read anything under 20, just as a heads up to all of you guys. In terms of the how personal, in Austin, my friend, I just want to be starting off with your 5-minute opening statement. So with that, 5 minutes on the clock, my friend.
Before they dive in, what y'all saying? Lucid said reparations is like a redeem code. It will expire in time. Well, that's exactly what earlier when I put it on my community tab that we were doing this, I was like, well, I guess we're not over this conversation because I really thought we were, but apparently not. Like I said, I watch numerous people I know get hundreds of thousands of dollars from the government only to piss it away on liquor and blang because their perpetual victim mentality doesn't change with money. Bingo. Yep. And I don't know why that is not more of an upfront part of this. Is that, as you guys were saying in your opening messages, like this isn't actually how to help these people. And I wish people would touch on that a little bit more. Did I say hello to you? Welcome, Podesta. I did say hello to you. I hope they go into specifics of what reparations would look like rather than just arguing over vague concepts. Well, it is Andrew Wilson, so I don't think we're going to get too deep into the actual concepts, but that's why I'm putting this out front. If you guys are like, yo, I got it, then I have a backup. And so it is something that I want to save to actually do a whole show on because I think it's worth it. But because I'm 50-50 on this, it definitely gets heated. It definitely gets fun. But there's one part where I saw they were looping. We'll get there when we get there. How do they figure out who gets and who pays? That is the biggest problem, right? I do believe he addresses that in his opening, but we will see. Governments can't just throw money at people. You're better off building infrastructure and schools in affected communities. Bingo. Agree, but something tells me that Austin does not.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I want to thank everybody that's watching this for being here. And tonight, I just want to begin with a very simple proposition. A society that believes in justice cannot celebrate restitution when it benefits us and then reject it when it challenges us. So my position is very simple. It's not that America is an irredeemably racist nation. That is not my position. My position is not that every racial disparity is evidence of discrimination. My position is not that any living American should be held personally guilty for the sins of the past.
I appreciate this style of opening. I've done it one or two times kind of incidentally, but now I'm realizing that it actually is a good tactic to go and say, I'm not saying this, I'm not saying this, I'm not saying this. So if the opponent tries to throw that or strawman me with that, I am telling you right now, he is wrong. That is not my argument.
My position is much simpler. Government caused harm. The government can measure that harm. Therefore, the government has an obligation to repair that harm. The first premise of my argument is simply this. Systemic racism existed because government institutions deliberately enacted policies that directly disadvantaged Black Americans. This is not a matter of opinion. It is a matter of historical record. Federal, state, and local governments enforced slavery, enforced segregation, they enforced exclusion from housing markets, and enforced policies that prevented millions of Black Americans from accumulating wealth that could have been passed to their children. The question is not whether these policies existed. The question is whether we are willing to acknowledge the consequences that they produced, and they are long-lasting. The second premise is that the racial wealth gap did not emerge from thin air. Wealth is not created in a single generation. It is transferred across them. Homes are inherited, businesses are inherited,
Oh yeah, guys, we still got that peanut butter. It is a peanut butter night for Morty. Just in case you didn't know, like the banner here says, 15 donos of any amount, 99 cents counts, and that hits the goal, which means Morty gets an extra special treat because he gets a treat for every donation. But it also means that I've got to do push-ups. So you, as cheap as $15, if you just want to boom, 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 15.99 cents, that's the goal right there, or a $75 total. Plus, don't forget, a $5 in the first hour keeps the rest of the stream ad-free. Lucid's Emerald said, giving people money just doesn't help. I mean, places like Africa have been given a lot of money, but it seems like it never changed. So, to be fair with that, fact check me on this, but I do believe that that's not like Africans pissing money away. I think that has a little bit more to do with, corrupt governments. But either way, you're right. Either way, you are right. Like I said, it just becomes an endless grift. Just look at Canada and the Department of Indigenous Affairs. Biggest budget in the Fed and accomplishes nothing. And so that's going to be where Andrew needs to attack this. Not that America was not racist, not that black people were not treated differently, not that, well, I have oppression too. That's not where you need to go. You need to go to a place where you are looking at the reality that, okay, I understand what you're saying and why you are offended or hurt or whatever, but reparations just will not help. Shout out to Excadriller. Welcome to the party. We are just diving into this debate on reparations and systemic racism. Welcome.
generation. It is transferred across them. Homes are inherited, businesses are inherited, investments are inherited, land is inherited. If one group was systematically prevented from acquiring and passing down assets for centuries, then it should not surprise us that the descendants of those families possess less wealth than anyone else today. If a father is robbed before he can leave an inheritance to his children, the injury does not disappear when he dies. His children inherit those consequences. The third premise is simple. Justice requires restitution when a wrong has been committed. We recognize this principle everywhere else. If the government wrongfully takes your property, compensation is owed. If the government wrongfully imprisons you, compensation is owed. If the government destroys your land through eminent domain, compensation is owed. Why should government-inflicted racial injury be the one category of harm for which compensation is considered unthinkable? And finally, as a Christian, I would argue that restitution is not merely an American principle, it is a biblical one.
Right. We can say the government doesn't produce any money unless they print it, which isn't actually producing anything. But yeah, in order to do that, that means taking money from people. And so who asked that? Wicked saying, how do we figure out who pays and who gets paid?
Scripture teaches forgiveness, but it also teaches restoration. When Zacchaeus encountered Christ, he did not simply apologize, he made restitution.
Oh,
Justice
Jesus, we got the Christians in the
alone, it
building.
required action. The whole faith without works is dead kind of thing. So let me be clear about what I'm defending tonight. I am not here to defend black people having perpetual victimhood.
Shout out to Sam Decord. I'm going to assume that you're not here for real and you're just, trying to get from OnlyFans or whatever. But just in case you are a real person and a viewer, welcome to the party.
I'm not defending racial resentment. I am not defending the idea that black Americans are incapable of succeeding without government assistance. I am defending a principle older than the Constitution and older than the Republic itself. When a wrong is committed, the obligation to repair that wrong does not disappear simply because time has passed. And if government policy helped create the injury, then government bears responsibility for helping repair it. That is not socialism. That is not Marxism. That is not communism. That is not charity. That is not collective guilt. That is restitution. And restitution, simply put, is justice.
Real quick, guys. I know that I'm anal about these things, but in the chat here, do you prefer the small font or the medium font? Or we could do medium font with the tall. No, that one goes. So medium font or small font? Medium, small. Let me know.
All right, Andrew, 5 minutes.
So, okay, let's stop there because, again, even though I think, as we've all talked about, reparations are not a solution to anything that Austin just brought up. And the fact of the matter is that he definitely had a strong opening statement. He had his position there. So this isn't about like, oh no, black people are so hurt. He's making a slightly more objective argument. I'm sure that will fade as we get into it, but whether you agree or disagree with reparations in any way, shape, or form, that was a strong opening statement.
Right. Thank you for that.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Let me get into my opening here. Sorry. I was just taking some notes as we were going through yours. So I'm going to take
I don't know how people do that. I don't know how people do the note taking and just like write down everything the person said. I try to take like little bullet points. I don't know how people do it.
few minutes to lay out both my argument and my opponent's general position. It turns out I got this exactly right. He made the exact argument that I thought he would. My opponent here has a fairly standard left-wing position on reparations and institutional racism. It just goes something like this. The United States endorsed slavery and held slavery as an institution for most of its early history. Due to this, even post-freedom for said slaves, they didn't have the same advantages as other Americans, especially white Americans, due to the fact that they were not compensated for hundreds of years of slave labor, starting even before the founding, by the way. To offset this, the United States government needs to take corrective action to create equity between Black Americans and other Americans to offset this injustice, which has kept Black Americans perpetually behind due to wealth inequality, racism, and other sub-factors which are fundamentally unfair.
Shout out to Jay. Yeah, welcome. Good to see you, brother.
Like I said, predicted it perfectly. Now to my argument.
Yep.
Black regression in the United States has very little to do with institutions at all, let alone institutional slavery or the institution of slavery. And instead, it has to do with what I call preference theory. In order to be successful in life, there are many factors, but there are essentially three factors which all factors relate to. These factors are true of humans regardless of demographic, location, tribe, city, nation, and are historically true at all times and all places. And it doesn't matter if it's Jesus Christ or Genghis Khan. Those are social skills, delayed gratification, and long-term goals. These are often referred to in a variety of ways. The 3 C's of success, which is just a variation, or Stoic philosophy, which gives another variation. There are many variations of these ideas, but they come down essentially to these 3 factors. Now, how these are deployed will depend greatly on culture for application, but regardless of culture, the people in it who are successful will almost always, without exception, have these 3 traits. Now, some cultures frown on these traits, and as you can imagine, the success...
He's slow rolling it. It gives you the 3 C's, and now we're all wondering, what are the 3 C's? Yeah, I don't know what's been going on with Matt Walsh lately. His whole thing has been very race focused. And he's another one where it's like I'm subscribed to the channel, so I see what is posted, but I rarely will click on a video. And if I do, then usually they have the bulk of what it is that they're talking about in the very beginning, and they're just kind of yapping about it after. So I might click in and be like, "What is this video about?" I'm like, I'm talking about Black people again. I don't know, man. I don't know. I guess it's the Juneteenth got to him.
These 3 traits. Now, some cultures frown on these traits, and as you can imagine, the success rate for such cultures tends to be low in almost all aspects of technology, language, arts, culture, and agriculture. To nobody's shock, cultures with large white populations tend to prioritize these attributes and to maximize them, leading to high amounts of individuals who are successful. Many Black Americans, on the other hand, have otherized themselves from what they perceive as white culture, determined to make a subculture which rejects, quote, white tenets, which is mostly just the application of Christian ethics, which pushes virtue. And if you follow virtue, these attributes tend to come along with it. It's pretty simple, right? Through self-otherization, meaning not part of the dominant cultural value set, these attributes are rejected. So how's that done? Let's look at social skills. Many American Black people purposely utilize a form of inferior English as language, which makes it difficult to understand and have common parlance with them. They dress in ways that are normally impractical, with clothing many times too big for them, creating an actual functional clothing issue where their undergarments are purposely showing, not to mention being unfit for work. Once upon a time, this could possibly have been attributed to poverty, but in modernity, these clothes are often more expensive than their more functional counterparts. Violence is much more acceptable socially and publicly, leading to social disputes being ended in a violent manner in comparison to other population demographics, further eroding social skills. Next, delayed gratification. Bling culture, get that bag. Money is often sought after using fast and non-repeatable methods, which carry high risk rather than slow and methodical, which is the cultural norm. This manifests often as drug dealing, petty theft, breaking and entering, mugging, etc. These things can bring in cash quickly, but carry high risk and long-term aren't repeatable due to imprisonment or death. These intersect with long-term goals, which aren't sought after, but rather instant gratification. Now, the way in which mental illness is identified is only one way, and that is deviation away from societal and social norms when it comes to behavior. If X amount of norms are violated, we categorize that as a form of mental illness. Example of this, a serial killer.
Shout out to Avery. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you. So you already know what's going on. No spoilers. No spoilers. I have seen some of it, but not too much. Yeah. And then, I was just talking about the fact that they're going public. They're dropping an IPO, giving an IPO. I don't know the exact language, but they're going in the stock market. They're going to be a publicly traded company. And I'm thinking that, the IPO is probably going to do decently well. And then it's just going to soar down and blow up. And then I'm thinking someone like Fox is going to buy them out. So I don't have any insider information, but it makes sense. The Daily Wire is dying. Jeremy Boring is gone. Candace is gone. Brett is gone. Peterson is dying, maybe. It's just Ben, Walsh, and the other one. What's the other one? Michael Knowles. And I think Michael Knowles is like holding that shit up on his back. Coming in second would be Walsh, and then Ben. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. And so it does make a lot of sense that, they need all these investors. So they're going public, and people will, they'll have some people who are going to buy it, but eventually it's not going to sustain. And then they're going to be in a position where they've got to sell off. I don't know. Yeah. The initial public offering, but as I say, they're doing an IPO. They're giving an IPO. They're dropping an IPO. What's the nomenclature? I don't know. Jay said, don't get me wrong. Walsh is a smart guy. But what's the new talking point from the 5th Black-related video in less than 2 weeks? Agreed. That's why they're doing content. There you go. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, Knowles is easily, with that anybody is still there. He's easily the most entertaining, and not only the most entertaining, but he's got the widest breadth of information and things to talk about and personality. Ben and Matt are just so, stoic is the wrong word, but they're just like almost monotone. I don't know. All right, let's dive back in. We were talking about the mental illness.
Violated. We categorize that as a form of mental illness. Example of this, a serial killer. If a serial killer engages in behavior which is so abnormal, which they do, we put it in the mental illness category. However, if in a culture everybody was a serial killer, as the norm, they would likely believe the non-serial killer was mentally ill.
So in the world, oh no, what was it? No, I was thinking in the world of the blind, the one-eyed man is king, but that doesn't apply. But point being that these are based on the social norms.
It isn't that in the 21st century racism is a problem. It's quite the contrary. It is simply that humans are pattern recognition machines, and if we see too many pattern deviations from the norm, we categorize that as mental illness for the purpose of our safety, regardless of culture and regardless of creed. If my opponent was walking down the street and a man was mumbling to himself hunched over naked and routinely stabbing himself with a thumbtack, he would immediately categorize the behavior as irregular and therefore mental illness. He would likely seek to avoid this person. And this is what happens with modern race relations. The color.
No, Walsh, none of the Daily Wire guys have ever been on the channel. That would be cool. But no.
Of the skin is seemingly less of a factor than the irregularity of behavior, which people identify immediately as otherized mental illness, and avoid this set categorized group for the purpose of personal safety.
That's 5.
I'm almost done. You mind giving me just a minute or two, and I'll have plenty of time to respond? Is that
Cool
fair?
with that, Austin?
Well, I mean, I've confined mine to 1 to 5 minutes. I don't know what he needs an extra 2 minutes. He's doing exactly what I anticipated him doing anyway.
That's fine if you don't.
See, that was already a mistake. That was already a mistake. He gave a strong opening, and now Andrew went over by a little bit, and he's just saying, "I'm just looking to land the plane." So already, we always talk about when you go into these debates, you want to build goodwill. You want to build goodwill because eventually you're going to have to, fight a little bit. And so the more goodwill you bring in the beginning, the harder you can go later. And so if he was just like, yeah, finish up, that would have been some goodwill that later, if he's getting loud or if he's, name calling or something, then, it balances out. I don't know what you could possibly have gained from cutting him off, not letting him finish. Like, I mean, fair enough. You said, well, I did it in 5 minutes, so I don't know why you need more. But like, you talk faster than him. I don't know. I'm not saying that he had to have let him do that. I'm just saying that was not a good move. Oh my goodness! Shout out to Avery with a big $10. What's the matter? Hey, Bob, are you okay? Oh, he's feeling weird, but thank you so very, very much. I guess we just got to wake him up and give him more food. Avery said, let's get this party started. Thank you so very, very much. And of course, that means that the entire stream will be ad-free. Thank you so very, very much, sponsor of the stream.
1 to 5 minutes. I don't know what he needs an extra 2 minutes. He's doing exactly what I anticipated him doing anyway.
That's fine if you don't. I'll stick to the rules, bait, if you want to.
Yep. If you guys want to just leave it at that, then open dialogue. Go for it.
So, are you saying, Andrew, that black culture developed in a vacuum, or are you saying that centuries of slavery, Jim Crow, redlining, fatherlessness induced by incarceration, school segregation, and exclusion from asset building had no serious cultural effect? Because what you're doing is attacking the symptoms of a problem.
To just leave it at that, then open dialogue. Go for it.
So,
what the hell just happened?
I'll stick to the rules, bait, if you want to.
What the fuck just happened?
Yep. If you guys want to just leave it at that, then open dialogue. Go for it.
So, are you saying, Andrew, that black culture developed in a vacuum, or are you saying that centuries of slavery, Jim Crow, redlining, fatherlessness induced by incarceration, school segregation, and exclusion from asset building had...
Holy moly, what the fuck is going on here? All right, we're at 11:46. 11:40.
Any time to respond? Is that
Good with that, Austin?
Well, I mean, I've confined mine to 1 to 5 minutes. I don't know what he needs an extra 2 minutes. He's doing exactly what I anticipated him doing anyway.
That's fine if you don't. I'll stick to the rules, bait, if you want to.
Subtitle there.
Yep. If you guys want to just leave it at that, then open dialogue. Go for it.
So, are you saying, Andrew, that black culture developed in a vacuum, or are you saying that centuries of slavery, Jim Crow, redlining, fatherlessness induced by incarceration, school segregation, and exclusion from asset building had no serious cultural effect? Because what you're doing is attacking the symptoms of a problem that has a root in what I said in my opening statement, which you didn't address.
I did address it.
No, you didn't.
I did. I'm saying that.
So I'm going to repeat the question. Are you saying that black culture developed in a vacuum? Let's start there.
No culture develops in a vacuum.
Okay, then. So what created the conditions that you're citing, such as the baggy clothing, the tendency towards criminality? What created those conditions?
That's what happened. I was typing Avery's name in the thing, but I was still up there. All right. We are all good. And oh my goodness, we got Wicked Dream with the big 5. Thank you. So very, very much. And yes, we refilled. Thank you. Come on, Bubba. You don't want your treat. There we go. All right. He was sleeping. We did take a little bit of an extra long walk today, so he's a little tired, but he's an old man. We got to keep that ticker going. Thank you. So very, very much. We also got 8 Wall Thoughts in the building. Very good to see you. How are we doing? Thank you. So very, very much. And of course, that means the stream is ad-free. Very much appreciated. Diving back in here.
Conditions that you're citing, such as the baggy clothing, the tendency towards criminality. What created those conditions, Andrew?
Well, I'm even willing to cede that there could be disparity or an inequity or things like this, which could have contributed to creating conditionals which people move towards. but that really would have no bearing on the argument at all.
No, not willing to cede. Are you saying, if you admit that black culture did not develop in a vacuum, okay?
Yeah.
So if a government locks people out of land, housing, capital, education, and legal protection, and then later points to the dysfunction created in those conditions, that's not an argument against the existence at one point in this in the history of this nation of systemic racism. That's in fact evidence of its consequences. And in fact, crime is not caused by melanin. There are multiple studies conducted that crime correlates with poverty.
Hang on real quick.
It's poverty's fault. We gotta go arrest poverty, guys. Poverty is the real issue here.
Well, kind of. You're kind of right there. There is a correlation with poverty. There's no doubt that that's true, but that really has no bearing on the argument that I'm making.
Hey, Brandon Murphy in the building. Welcome. So maybe early, but happy 4th of July. Early bird gets the worm, and yippee-ki-yay, America. Another movie I have not seen. Welcome to the party. And it's 250. We got the whole year. Welcome. All right, let's dive back in.
Real quick. Kind of. You're kind of right there. There is a correlation with poverty. There's no doubt that that's true, but that really has no bearing on the argument that I'm making. Can you steel man the argument that I'm making?
Andrew, you made an argument that black culture is toxic. What I'm asking you to do,
that's not the argument.
Can you steel man my the three premises that I laid out in my opening statement? Can you steel man those?
Yeah.
Didn't he just do that in the beginning?
I'll steel man the entirety of your position. That due to systemic oppression, it created conditions, and those particular conditionals kept black people behind.
So yes, gifted memberships, any type of money going into the chat will count. They don't count it on the YouTube goal, but we definitely count it towards the stream goal. So any super chats, super stickers, which they also don't count on the goal. Super chats, super stickers, gifted memberships. If you sign up as a member, that also counts. Any money coming in, that does count.
It created conditions, and those particular conditionals kept black people behind other specific groups like white people, for instance, possibly others. And what you're trying to do is create some form of equity and then catch black people up, essentially, due to this disparity.
That's not a steel man of my...
Oh, my goodness. Well, you guys are coming in hot and coming in early. The 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. So very, very much another treat for Morty and out sponsoring your goddamn self. Thank you so very, very much, sir. And of course, Nikki, Adam, Leon, Budge, and Barry, you guys are now members. So when the stream goes to members only chat, you will be able to keep hanging out. Thank you so very, very much, sir. Let's do it.
Equity. And then catch black people up, essentially, due to this disparity.
That's not a steel man of my position, because
let's make sure I got it right.
Well, right. So I'm going to restate my 3 premises. 1, the United States federal government caused measurable harm. 2, justice requires restitution for measurable harm. 3, therefore, the government of the United States owes restitution.
Okay, let's make sure I got them right. USA caused measurable harm. Premise 2.
Premise 2. Justice requires restitution for documentable measured harm. And premise 3,
justice requires restitution. Okay.
Therefore, premise 3, the U.S. government owes restitution. Right. And by the way, I'm not even dealing with slavery. I'm confining this specifically to Jim.
Thank you so much. And of course, that means we are up to 68 points for the weekly movie night goal. That is 3 out of 15 and 30 out of 75 for the night. Thank you so very, very much, guys.
And by the way, I'm not even dealing with slavery. I'm confining this specifically to Jim Crow. I'm going to leave slavery alone for this conversation.
Okay. So is the government always required to pay restitution as a moral obligation because that's what you consider justice to be? Let's make sure we got that clear.
Are they always required to do it? I'm not speaking of that. That's not a properly phrased question. I'm not going to say they're always required to do it. I'm saying that if
are they required to do it as part of justice?
If you're going to say as a part of justice within the confines of what we're speaking about, within the measurable harm that the U.S. government caused Black Americans through Jim Crow and redlining and exclusionary policies, yes, that would be part of justice.
And do you consider the modern government to be an extension of the same exact government that we had in the 1780s and 1790s?
If by an extension you mean the fact that the government has continued to exist, then by that definition, yes.
Yeah, okay, so that's going to be his argument that, well, even though you personally didn't have slaves, even though you didn't do this, that, or the other, it was the American government that did this wrong, and it's that same government that now owes restitution in order to create justice. Shout out to Hector. Welcome to the party. So I love the TAJ show. Thank you so very, very much. But Andrew seems to be the personification of hyper boredom today. What, meaning that he's boring, or he seems bored with the debate. Maybe it's an early morning one. Welcome. Very good to see us.
If by an extension you mean the fact that the government has continued to exist, then by that definition, yes.
Okay. So even if the Constitution has changed many, many, many times, including the ideas of universal suffrage and other things like this, you still consider the modern government to be the same exact type of government as we had.
No, that is not what I said, Andrew. That's not what I said. Okay. Our government exists as...
That was a nice little bait and switch that Andrew tried. He's like, so it's the same kind of government. No, he said it was the same entity.
As we had.
No, that is not what I said, Andrew. That's not what I said.
Okay.
Our government exists as an extension of our Constitution, which is a living document. So, and you ceded already that the government.
What I'm trying to figure out is whether or not it is the case that even if I ceded the argument that justice requires restitution, it seems to me that in this context, the restitution would be required by the people who actually caused it, not the people who are dealing with it.
Right. And so that's why it's so important that Austin says that, yes, it's the same government, because even though it's different people, the people in the government right now didn't own slaves or any of those things, but it is that same organization. That's the only way he can make this argument. Shout out to Liberty Plus TV. Welcome. So I was pretty unimpressed by Andrew in this debate. This guy lost more than Andrew won. And so I'll, say again that from what I saw of this, there was a bit where they kind of start looping. And so if we get there, I do have a backup that's similar to this. And we'll skip around, but let me know if it's getting boring. We don't want to be bored. We're here to party. Welcome. Let's have that.
Acquired by the people who actually caused it, not the people who are dealing with it. Seems like the people who are dealing with it would also deserve restitution.
Andrew, that doesn't make any sense, because
how does it not make sense?
We're dealing with, I'll tell you why. Because what I'm dealing with an institution. The United States federal government is the institution in question here. The United States federal government.
But is it the same government?
Let me respond in full, Andrew. I know you don't want to hear it this way. And by the way, this is not a.
That was the super panel. That shit was wild.
Leftist argument. I'm arguing from a conservative, actually from a conservative position, and from
what's
a Christian
conservative
position.
About it, or Christian?
What? Well, let's start with biblically. I'm going to quote the same thing that I said to white privilege in the debate that we did on reparations. Show me anywhere in the Bible where when a party is wronged, the Bible does not advocate for restitution. In fact, when the example that I provided was Zacchaeus, when
the Sermon on the Mount.
What about the Sermon on the Mount?
Andrew? Sermon on the Mount is.
Never heard of it.
It literally says.
Not the Sermon on the Mount. I've heard of the Sermon on the Mount. I've never heard of Rudyard Kipling and the poem If.
Tell me what part.
Yeah, if you're slapped in one cheek to offer up the other cheek to be slapped, that's not the restitution. Be the
First of all,
opposite.
that's a misapplication of what Jesus was talking about, because in Jewish culture, what he was doing, he said, if a man slaps you on the cheek, turn to. When Jesus is quoting that, if you're going to quote the Lord, let's quote him in context. When he's talking about that, he's saying if a man slaps you on the cheek, turn to the other. Also, he's speaking about being defiant, especially in his case, in the face of injustice. So let's start. And you're dragging the conversation away from what we need to focus on. So
post that in the Discord. That would be a lot of fun. I had on the playlist, I don't know if it was Brian himself, but somebody did a Jubilee surrounded style thing with Brian Shapiro and 20 MAGA. It was so pathetic. Like, he cannot handle a show like that. When I saw the thumbnail, I was like, yes, I know exactly what we're covering tonight, but it was not going to be fun. It was going to be more annoying than anything else.
The face of injustice. So let's start, and you're dragging the conversation away from what we need to focus on. So I'm going to restate this.
Well, we're focusing right now on premise 2,
which is that the government. So you're ceding premise 1. The government did cause measurable harm. So hold on, before we go back, You are ceding premise one that the government did cause measurable harm to black.
Well, I'm not
Americans.
ceding it right now.
So that's what he's saying. He says it's an injustice because that same entity, the American government, did bad things to black people, and so now there must be this restitution. That's his argument.
Hold on, before we go back, you are ceding premise one that the government did cause measurable harm to black.
Well, I'm not
Americans.
ceding it right now. I'm just attacking premise two because it seems like it's an obvious premise.
I'm asking
to
you a
attack.
question, Andrew. Are you ceding?
Yeah,
that
no,
premise
I'm
one
not
happened?
ceding it. No,
Okay, why are you not ceding it?
because right now,
He's just a left-wing talking point machine. He doesn't have any thoughts of his own. No, there are two of them. They're not related. Ben Shapiro is Ben Shapiro, who you know. Brian Shapiro is the news hack guy. You might have seen him arguing with Jake, Andrew, Rob Noor. He was also on Timcast a couple times last week, and it's bad. It's bad. He also debated Rachel Wilson at the last DebateCon, and she just fucking mogged him. It was awesome. I covered that. If you have not seen that, you should definitely go watch that after this stream.
Are you ceding?
yeah,
that
no,
premise
I'm
one
not
happened?
ceding it. No,
Okay, why are you not ceding it?
because right now,
So I'm sorry to keep bringing it up. But I was going to do so once the Brian Shapiro thing didn't look good, the next thing I had on the list was First Amender debating some chick on feminism, and again it was just like, this is pretty gay. So here we are. Okay, let's roll.
Are you ceding?
yeah,
that
no,
premise
I'm
one
not
happened?
ceding it. No,
Okay, why are you not ceding it?
because right now, because all I have to do is have one of these premises fall, and the entire argument collapses.
Well,
and
you
it
can't
seems like
make premise two fall if premise
Lucid, you have a good one. Thanks for stopping by.
one, if you can't deal with premise one. So I'm going to start back at premise one. Did the United States federal government cause measurable harm to black Americans?
What do you consider harm to be?
Andrew, answer the question.
I can't unless you
qualifier.
qualify what harm is.
Well, let's start with the fact.
It's like saying, do you agree that the American government did blue blah to black people?
What?
Like, well, I have to know what that means before I can answer the question.
The black Americans were not treated as citizens. They were prohibited from owning homes. They were prohibited from being treated as full human beings. I mean, are you just going to be this deliberately intellectually obtuse this entire debate and ignore history?
If you bring me a formal argument, don't get mad that I make you explain.
Who's
the
taking
words
this?
in it.
Andrew, I'm bringing you a formal argument. The argument is redlining. The argument is Jim Crow.
Hang on, stop.
Nope, those are not arguments. Those are just things that happen. Shout out to Mystery Man. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you. So when the victim and the perpetrator no longer exists, there is no possible restitution or punishment. And I think it's just that simple. Where we have to say all of the things that you're appealing to. Jim Crow, redline. Yes, that was all bad. But we don't do that anymore because we accepted that it was wrong, and we don't do that anymore. That's the best there is in terms of practical reality. The only other way is to harm or oppress other people. Shout out to Box in the building. Welcome to the party. So I'm down for reparations. The only question is how much and to who and for why. Yeah, I don't have any issue with the notion of people getting what they deserve. But that seems to be a built-in presupposition that we will know who was aggrieved and who is paying the price. And it's not that fucking simple. Oh yeah, that was bad. All right, yeah, right, Max, you got that. You had that up, brother.
The words in it.
Andrew, I'm bringing you a formal argument. The argument is redlining. The argument is Jim Crow.
Hang on, stop. You brought me a three-premised formal argument, and you're getting mad that I'm making you define.
I'm not
your
mad,
terms in
Andrew.
the
I'm
argument.
holding you to task on
Then
something you
good.
don't want to
Then
be direct
describe
and
for me
answer.
what harm is.
I'd rather the casinos than just handing out checks.
Anything that did not allow black Americans to gain and have full equal protection under the law, which is what the Constitution guaranteed us. The same thing that Martin Luther King said to us in the last speech that he gave in I've Been to the Mountaintop. All we're saying to America is be true to what you're saying on paper. So I'm going to ask you one more time. Did the United States federal government always, and let me rephrase the question.
To be fair, Jay, Andrew is intimidating. Yeah, I mean, I was face to face. I was literally this far away from him. And he's an intimidating guy. I will not because he's not an intimidating guy, but his reputation is intimidating. So we'll give him a little bit of grace there. But yeah, you ain't wrong.
So I'm going to ask you one more time. Did the United States federal government always, and let me rephrase the question. Did the United States always treat Black Americans as if they
Did
were
not know.
equivalent to white Americans in this
Of
country.
course not. No.
Okay, then. So now you've seeded premise one. Thank you, Andrew, for being somewhat intellectually honest.
If you're asking me about what harm is, well, I'm asking you what harm is, and you just say harm is anything which leads to bad outcomes for Black people, basically. Is that right? From the governmental level. So if it was a bad outcome,
any government
Appreciate you,
policy
brother.
or any government initiated policy that excluded Black people from being treated as equal citizens under the law, that is harm, Andrew.
okay. So any government-backed policy, which would you say like discriminatory, perhaps, which was discriminatory, is
I
harm?
think you're smart enough to understand that.
So okay, that now if you had said this after that, you can tell he's getting a little snippy. I think he's clearly taking down the notes of what you say so that he can understand it. Clearly, he's not. Well, what does that mean? He's taking down the notes so that he can get your argument correctly. And I do think that I stick by that. That it's intimidating to be a one-on-one with Andrew Wilson. But that being said, you've got to know what you're doing when you step into the cage.
Again, you don't. There's no actual reason for you to be combative on me.
Not
just
combative.
making sure.
And again, just bam, you're being snippy. You wouldn't let him finish his 1 or 2 sentences with the opening, which is fair. Okay, that's the rules, but you could have done that. And then back to my point about goodwill, if he had done that, then at this point in the debate, he would have a little bit more goodwill to be a little bit more snippy.
You're running from addressing the core of my point,
bro. Just calm down. Listen to what I'm saying.
I'm calm, Andrew.
I just want to make sure that we understand the actual argument and its clarity, so that we can make sure that it's consistent with
the
what
chat
the values
understands
are.
the argument quite well. You're the one struggling with it.
Yes, of course I'm struggling with it. I don't know what you mean by the words, and I'm making sure that I do. So
smart as you
when
are,
you
Andrew,
say,
How dare he? Yeah, positive discrimination. I mean, okay. Elaborate. What exactly do you mean by positive discrimination?
the
Exactly
word
what I mean by
harm,
words.
government-backed policy, which was discriminatory towards Black people, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And so I'm thinking that Andrew is seeing exactly what Jay is seeing, that, oh, this guy's tense, so let me slow it down so that I can, make him more nervous. That is a good debate tactic.
Got it. So now I understand what that means. So we can move from premise one. And I'll say, yes, the government has definitely backed policy, which was discriminatory towards Black people.
Yeah, I was about to agree, but I want to be 100% sure before I say it. And guys, really quick, I did indeed start a Substack. Link is right there. And is it the right link? That's not the right link, is it? God damn it. All right, I'll fix that. But yes, once a week I will be dropping a newsletter-ish kind of deal, but basically just a collection of stuff that didn't fit into the stream or whatever. Absolutely free. Substack.com/@LutchTIJ. I'm going to fix that link. Mods, if you'd like to add that to your thing. You can also get there through the link tree. There's just one post up there right now, and I didn't want to do be blasting you with a bunch of shit. So I'm going to save everything for once a week. You just get one email with a whole bunch of shit. You'll see this segment is about that. This segment is about that. Like, okay, I don't care about this one or this one. Oh, let me see what's good with this. And if you don't care about any of it, then no love lost. So please do go subscribe. It is free. Free is for me.
One. And I'll say, yes, the government has definitely backed policy, which was discriminatory towards Black people.
So you see the premise one. Thank you.
Sure. Well, now that I understand what harm means. So when we get to justice, it requires restitution. What are we defining justice as?
What I would define just so now, are you essentially asking? Let me make sure that I understand what you're asking. What would you define as justice? That way, I can properly answer the question.
That would have no bearing on anything.
That would have no bearing on anything.
Yeah.
Well, in my world,
You don't need to know my position to know your position, dude.
no, I'm asking. No.
Interesting here, because that is a good faith question. How do you define justice? That's a good faith question. But Andrew, again, is keeping his cards very close to his chest. And the idea is that, just letting him use enough rope to hang himself. Anti-racism is positive discrimination, ostensibly, and look how that's going. Yeah, that's I don't know. I don't know if I like. I'm closer to Liberty's position here. I mean, let's just not discriminate. Well, I mean, at least based on identity politics. They're treated better by the government and society. Very true. Very true. Is there a Notion page? I will no, because I don't know what a Notion page is. What's a Notion page? I just started it because like I said, there's a bunch of stuff that we don't get to talk about that I wish I had somewhere to post, and I put it on Twitter. It goes into the ether. I put it in Discord. And most of you guys don't read that shit. So, and of course, I do want to write a book eventually. So, what better way to start?
Well, in my world,
you don't need to know my position to know your position, dude.
No, I'm asking. No. I didn't say I needed to know your position. I asked
Great, then just tell me what justice means.
So this the word game. I'm going to play it with you. What would you define? How do you define
it's
justice?
Not relevant. It's not my argument. It's yours. So what does justice mean?
So, okay, so Andrew,
is this where the not one step back thing comes from?
Let me try this one more time. Well, in this case, justice would be policies done to remove any lasting economic barriers or any lasting racial barriers that may be preventing African Americans, in this particular case, from wealth generation or the ability to maintain wealth once accumulated.
So justice in this context is only towards Black Americans.
No, that's not the case at all. And
then what is justice?
Within the confines of what we're talking about, talking about Black Americans.
Okay, yeah. So when you say the word justice, what does that mean, dude?
I'll have to look into that. I never heard of it. Thank you.
What it means, I just defined what it means.
Well, no, you said specifically it means
justice is giving. Okay, all right. Let's try this one more time,
dude. Just let me actually answer the question. I'll let you answer it. Okay, let me ask it. Here you say justice requires restitution. That's a formal premised argument. That's premise 2. All I'm asking you here is what does justice mean, so I can make sure that I'm following the argument. You brought the formal
justice
argument.
is giving. Okay, so I'm going to respond to you now.
And you can see he's getting flustered. So Andrew is doing his job. He is doing his job perfectly well. And if I was across from him, I would be extremely frustrated and a little bit flustered.
Try this one more time. Justice is giving what is due. Within the context of this debate, I'm going to say that justice means that when a person or an institution causes measurable harm, there is a moral obligation to repair that harm to the degree that it can be reasonably repaired. Now, I'm not defining justice as equal outcome. I'm not defining justice as racial revenge. I'm defining it as restitution for wrongful harm.
Okay, so justice is giving what is due. Is that correctly how you're defining justice here? Justice is giving what is due.
Defined it. I'm not going to define it any further, Andrew.
Well, the problem is that doesn't give me very much clarity, because I'm still not exactly sure what you mean by the word. Justice is giving what is due, and who makes the determination of what is due?
That's where the United States, again, in this case, the United States government caused the harm. The United States government, morally, should.
But he's saying according to who? Like we all agree that the U.S. government caused the harm, but this is the I don't even want to say the game, because that lowers it. There are cheap tactics and stuff, but this is when we talk about debate tactics, this is the type of stuff that you do actually want to do. He's in general, he's just making sure he gets the idea of what Austin is saying. That's the first layer. But the second layer is he's stretching this out because he can see that that's getting Austin, kind of wobbly and frustrated. And so when we get to the point where Andrew's going to say his stuff, he will have built up a lot of information as to what Austin thinks, and he will have, rattled him. No pun intended, with Jake Rattlesnake.
Investigate the harm caused by slavery and determine what.
These are different claims. These are totally different.
These are not different. Andrew,
yes, those are different claims. The United States ought do a thing.
Andrew,
has nothing to do with.
You're going to ask me a question and then not give me the space to answer.
Well, it has no relevancy.
Did the U.S. government cause the harm, though? That's an I mean, I want to say yes, in the sense that it allowed slavery, but the government never had any slaves. That's a good question. We're going to put that to a poll. Good question.
You're going to ask me a question and then not give me the space to answer.
Well, it has no relevancy or bearing.
It has a lot of relevance. You're asking me a question now. You want to run from the answer.
They're different claims, dude. You're making different claims. So when we're talking about justice is giving what is due, Answer the question, who determines what is due?
So you're saying who determines what is due? Within this case, the U.S.
Yeah, that's an even stronger point. If there weren't slaves in the North, then that's half the country that is governed by the U.S. government that doesn't have slavery. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I thought we were done with this conversation. Apparently not. Liberty said the government has slaves. They're called citizens and soldiers. Yeah. You know what I mean, but good one.
So you're saying who determines what is due? Within this case, the U.S. government would be the one determining what is due via HR 40.
So the U.S. government, they're going to be the ones who determines what is due. The government determines this.
And so you can already see there's an issue with the government determining what's due from the government. Because if I was the government and I got to decide how much money I'm giving out, guess how much money I'm giving out? 0. Mr. Man said this would open a Pandora's box. Can you imagine everyone in the world getting restitution money for things that happened hundreds, maybe thousands of years ago? I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. Yeah, shout out to Nikki for the great question.
They're going to be the ones who determines what is due. The government determines this. All right. So when we're talking about justice, justice is giving what is due, and the U.S. government is who's doing the determining. And then by restitution, I assume you just mean like stuff or balancing or something like that?
Any things that, not just stuff, Andrew, that's extremely general. By justice, I would say compensate anything that could compensate Black Americans or serve to mitigate the existing economic gap, particularly the wealth gap between Black Americans and white Americans. I would focus specifically in terms of Jim Crow. I would focus on things like redlining, undoing redlining policies, and strengthening home ownership among Black Americans specifically, because home ownership is, especially is one of the largest keys to wealth for the American middle class.
Gotcha. And then your last premise is the U.S. government owes this restitution, which is anything that could compensate Black Americans for the various injustices that you just laid out, right?
Correct.
Okay, so then obviously I don't agree with the argument at all, because premise 2 and premise 3 are contradictions. If it is the case that the U.S. government is the determining factor as to what is due to you, and then you say that the U.S. government owes this because it is due to you. If the U.S.
The Irish, the Italians, Japanese. I mean, well, the Japanese, they did get reparations from that, though, right? But again, that was within the time that the people who were actually aggrieved were being paid by the entity that aggrieved them. This isn't that. And also, the problem with the wealth gap isn't a matter of money. Oddly enough, it's more about financial competence and long-term thinking. Give an idiot $1 million and they're gonna be broke very quickly. Very true. Very true. And so, like, this goes back to personal responsibility. Maybe not even individual personal responsibility, but that, like, it's your mom and dad's job to let you know that, okay, even if you operate under the fact that, well, we're Black, so we got to work twice as hard just to get half as far. Well, okay, then you got to do that. There's no easy way out. There's no easy way out. And maybe there should be, but there's not. Wicked Dream said, as an Italian American, I want money from when my ancestors came here and were not considered as white American. Yep. I mean, where do we stop? Where do we stop? You get reparations, and you get reparations, and you get reparations. I mean, come on. We got Jason Beatrice. Welcome. Said, if we ever give reparations, we should give it to Black newborns in the form of a Trump kids account. It would help the economy and piss everybody off. I agree. Actual Justice Warrior did a thing on the what is it called? Yeah, the Trump Kids account. If you haven't looked into it, look into it. If you have kids, obviously. Welcome to the party. Liberty says slavery actually hurt the U.S. in many ways. There's a good argument that had the U.S. been using paid labor, they would have been way more efficient and wealthy. I've never heard that, but that passes the sniff test, at least. Mr. Man said, I want restitution from the Romans. They invaded my country. Italy should give me money. Where does it end? They said they should teach kids about compound interest instead of pride. They'd be way better off. Yeah. Yeah. Did you see, is it here? I think I still got it right. Yeah. The goofy of the day. Shout out to Speakeasy. Do a little side quest here. Why is this muted?
Quiet down. A new goofy creature just entered the habitat. Step through the feed like a ranger in the brush. Goofy prince.
You won't believe what was going on inside of a Denver public high school classroom for an entire school year. A French teacher named Jennifer Honka at Northeast Early College made her students perform graded skits, bi-weekly assignments that counted toward their grade.
Graded skits.
In these skits, like once called The Neighbor Saw Everything and The Boring Kiss, kids were required to kiss someone of the same gender. Real kisses, not just pretend. These were teenagers, and the teacher was holding the grade book. Students said they felt pressured and uncomfortable. One classroom rule Honka posted was, the answer is always yes. And kids said it was used to push them into participating. Even though the school later claimed students could opt out with something like an air kiss or a fist bump, multiple students reported that they weren't comfortable saying no to their teacher.
So, yeah, right. The mask of a submission. And so think about this situation where you're in school and it's a graded assignment where you've got to kiss somebody of the same gender. And you're given the option that, oh, well, I don't want to do that. But then it's like, are you homophobic? Are you transphobic? I mean, who is giving these people licenses to teach children? Nick said, if I knew the things I know now when I was a teenager, I'd be a millionaire. Wouldn't we all? Wouldn't we all?
Out with something like an air kiss or a fist bump, multiple students reported that they weren't comfortable saying no to their teacher. Some girls were picked repeatedly for these same-sex kissing.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, all right, gather around, grab your helmets, tighten your seatbelts, and secure all loose furniture because today's Goofy of the Day hit the atmosphere at Mach 12 and landed directly in the parking lot of Common Sense. Okay, today's Goofy of the Day, today's recipient is the former Colorado French teacher, Jennifer Honka.
Unfortunately, probably nothing. She gets fired and all that, because you have to think about this. If she thought that she was going to get in trouble for this, she probably wouldn't have done it. And so that means there is an air of, well, this is just totally fine. So nothing happens. The next step is they just fill in the next teacher who's going to do exactly the same shit.
Of Northeast Early College in Denver, right, who ended up in controversy after students reported that the classroom skits involved kissing scenes, including same-sex kissing scenes, and that students felt pressured because all these skits were tied to grades. Now, let's try to be fair. She was a teacher, a French teacher. Her job was to teach French. Bonjour, merci, où est la bibliothèque?
Oh, yeah, he's Canadian. He knows that French.
Welcome to French class. Today's lesson is mouth-to-mouth academia. All right. At no point does Duolingo's owl kick down your door and scream, hey, kiss your classmate or lose your streak. But we head now to Colorado, where apparently somebody looked at the French classroom and said, you know what? These students need to improve their language skills. Mouth-to-mouth diplomacy. Not
No, thank you. So Wicked Dream said this all started with allowing gay marriage, and I've really been against the notion that that was the start of all this. I do not agree that the marriage equality is directly connected. I think it's on the same slope, but we have to go back even further. We have to go. There you go. Good one. Good one. I'll give you a dilly dilly for that. And we got Gene. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Definitely homeschool your kids. Welcome to the party. But I think we've got to go all the way back because my idea is that marriage is supposed to be a Christian sacrament. But the government then made it a secular legal thing by tying, tax breaks and, being able to see just privileges that you get when you marry someone. And so if it was the case that marriage was only ever the Christian, the Christian sacrament, and that civil unions were the way that you get those legal benefits, then gay people getting married would have no connection to any of the trans stuff. So I think that I just don't think that it's that close, and I need to get into that more. That's a conversation that needs to be had, because I'm not 100%, but I do think that I do think that we should have a marriage equality. I just don't think that marriage specifically should be the legal aspect. So it's a little messy, but you know. So every $2 is a push-up. So if we hit the goal, then cut that in half, and I am doing every $2. Nikki said the rate of child abuse in public schools is way higher than people would think. Yup. Hector, you have a good one. I remember when gay people used to scream, "Why do you care what's going on in my bedroom?" Now all I hear is, "Why don't you care what's going on in my bedroom?" Let me tell you about it in detail. I do, certainly the argument is not that marriage equality is irrelevant to the shit here. So I just think there's a little bit more nuance. And that, that's going to have to be a whole discussion. But remind me about that.
Looked at the French classroom and said, you know what these students need to improve their language skills? Mouth-to-mouth diplomacy. Not vocabulary, not verb conjugation, not pronunciation, not learning how to order a croissant. No, apparently the educational breakthrough we've all been waiting for is turning French class into a rejected episode of Love Island. Imagine being in a staff meeting for this fucking bullshit. The teacher, I've developed a bold new strategy for language retention. Great. The principal says, what is it? The teacher says, teenagers kissing. And then the principal goes, and the French part. And the teacher goes, France? That logic has the structural integrity of a lawn chair made out of wet fucking spaghetti, okay? Let's think about this. Imagine being a parent, your kid comes home, and you ask, how was school today? And your daughter says to you, pretty good. I learned some French, did a skit, and I had to kiss another girl. Excuse me, had to do what?
Hey,
Brother,
yeah!
If my fucking kid came home with that story, I'm not asking about homework anymore. I'm asking if the school accidentally got purchased by some fucking big movie company, all right? And people, including teachers, are going to lose some teeth. The defense of this is somehow even goofier, because every time one of these stories come out, somebody says, well, technically, they weren't forced. Yes, that legendary internet defense, right?
Yes, I'm puny. So every $2 equals one push-up if we hit the goal. If we don't hit the goal, I ain't doing no fucking push-ups. But if we hit the goal, not only does Morty get his regular treat, but we've got an almost empty jar of peanut butter that he is going to go to town on.
Technically, right? Technically, the Titanic arrived at the bottom of the ocean. Right? Technically, Chernobyl was just a heating issue. Technically, a raccoon in your kitchen is a wildlife exhibit. Right? Technically, dropping your phone into lava would be a software update. Right? Technically, a bear in your living room is just an aggressive roommate.
And so what is all of those examples? All of those examples. Every single thing that he just said. What do you call that over here? Semantic obfuscation. Taking the meaning or usage of words and twisting and misusing them to fit your political goals. Stop semantic obfuscation. Get your own, including the projection shirt only at theindianjesus.com. So I mean, we get let's see what else he's got, and I'll also drop the link for you guys if you want to go give Easy a like.
Okay, what the fuck are we doing here? Hey, class, this assignment affects your grade. Also, there's a kissing scene. You don't get to act fucking shocked when the students feel pressured into it. That's like putting a bear in your room and then saying, listen, nobody was forced to run. But everyone suddenly becomes interested in cardio if they're in the presence of a bear. All right? That's like putting a steak necklace on somebody and releasing wolves into the room and saying, listen, no one forced these guys to jog. You've created a fucking environment sponsored by panic. And can we talk about the fact that this is a language class? A language class. Listen, when I took French, nobody ever told me, James, if you want an A, tongue rest.
I guess his name is James.
Begins at page 42. The closest thing we had to romance was learning how to say, where is the library? Okay. And even though most of us forgot that shit 5 minutes later, how did we go from bonjour to please select your kissing partner for educational purposes? At what fucking staff meeting did this happen? I want the names, I want minutes, I want transcripts. I want to know which human being stood up and pitched this fucking idea with a straight face.
And I mean, yeah, so go definitely watch the whole thing on your own. But yeah, if we act like this is just one random teacher, it ain't like that. Nobody's, I mean, some people are that stupid, but the people getting in trouble for this stuff, they live in a culture where they think it's going to be acceptable. They're surprised when other people are like, I don't like that. Like, what? I had no idea. This is normal to me. It has been overly normalized. Shout out to Equality and Deference because Vagina over on Rumble said liked and shared. Thank you so very, very much. You guys know that stuff is free. It's easy. It just takes a second and it helps out the channel so very, very much. It does not even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link that you share. Just by telling the platform you want more people to see it, they will show it to more people. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. What, the debate or the goofy of the day? Also, if a male teacher forced female students to kiss male students, would this French teacher be okay with it? Probably not. Probably not. Rules for thee, but not for me. There's pushing the point of view and having male students. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Oh, you're saying she's making a stupid argument? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, goofy of the day for sure. A woman is a groomer, just like a man would be, and the punishment should be equal for all pedos.
Bingo.
Probably won't be, but you are right. All right, diving back into the debate.
And then you say that the U.S. government owes this because it is due to you. If the U.S. government determines that it does not owe this due to you, then it's not due to you.
Right. That's exactly what I was saying, where he's like, who decides this? Well, if I was the one deciding who, and I have the money to pay, how much to pay, I'm going to decide to not pay you anything.
Government is the determining factor as to what is due to you. And then you say that the U.S. government owes this because it is due to you. If the U.S. government determines that it does not owe this due to you, then it's not due to you.
Andrew, that doesn't make any sense.
Well,
it makes perfect sense. Again, just bring it down to the individual. If you say, if you and I are in court and you say I damaged your truck, and so the damages cost $600. The reason that there's a judge and it's not up to me is because, well, yeah, the law says I get to decide, so I pay you nothing. That makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense. I don't know what you thought. Oh shit! I don't know what you thought you just heard. Podesta said in Australia we would do a referendum for something like this, so the people would decide. I mean, that sounds good, but I don't know. I don't know if I trust the people like that. You know what they say about jury duty? 12 people too stupid to get out of it. I don't know, but I do think that's as far as corruption, much better. Yep. Mr. Man said, what will he make with the reparation money? Spend it all on lottery tickets. Oh, man. Got him. Oh, my goodness. Shout out to Wicked Dreams with the big $20. Thank you. So very, very much. Of course. Come on, man. Just reach your neck out. There you go, you lazy little bitch. Thank you. So very, very much appreciated. That brings us up to $50, guys. $15. And I've got push-ups to do. Thank you so very, very much. And 10 and 15. We still got Avery as our sponsor. But thank you. So very, very much. I haven't done push-ups all week. I have a feeling that I'm not going to like it. Thank you so very, very much, sir.
Then it's not due to you.
Andrew, that doesn't make any sense.
Well, I'll walk you through it.
No.
The U.S. government determines what
Hold
is
on,
due.
if it doesn't make any sense, it's important to walk through it. So let's walk through it.
The U.S. government determines what is due to you. That is your admission of premise 2. We went through it. You said in premise 3, the U.S. government owes the restitution. But if the U.S. government is the determiner of what is due and they decide that they don't owe you restitution, then they don't, by your own logic.
There has
That's your
been
own
documented.
argument, bro.
Okay, well, Andrew, the U.S. government has acknowledged that harm was done. There was a House resolution passed a couple.
Oh, I got abs. We ain't got to worry about the abs. I need my chest and my biceps. I mean, like, come on. What is this bullshit? What is this bullshit? Yeah, I got to look at it from this angle. Oh, man. I look sickly. I look like I'm coming out of Auschwitz. God damn. So we gotta get it in. Thank you again, Wicked. Julie said, I like how Andrew just repeated Austin's argument, and Austin says it doesn't make any sense. Because he's stupid. Ain't no sense.
Okay, well, Andrew, the U.S. government has acknowledged that harm was done. There was a House resolution passed a couple of years ago.
They're the determiner of what is due
Andrew,
by your
it
own
is relevant
admission.
because the U.S. House of Representatives acknowledged that slavery was a grave crime. In fact, the United Nations just acknowledged that slavery was one of the gravest crimes that occurred in human history.
Was someone disagreeing with that?
So that is two forms of a government recognizing the harm done by slavery.
That's why I need y'all's help. So thank you for the contribution.
The
So they've
government
already
is the
acknowledged
one
that-
who
that-
who gets to make the determination about what is due by your admission of premise 2. If that is the case, and you say the government owes you restitution, that would be P and not P if the government decides it does not.
They didn't decide that it does not, Andrew. There has been no
I'll do that.
fully
I'm sorry.
formal
Are you getting
investigation.
restitution right now?
I'm not getting it right.
Hold on, I want to back that up a little bit. What did he say?
Case, and you say the government owes you restitution, that would be P and not P if the government decides it does not.
Right. So again, we're just on the same argument that Austin is saying the government is going to decide how much the money the government owes me. And so if the government is going to make that decision, they're going to say nothing. And according to your own argument, if the government decides 0, you are owed 0.
They didn't decide that it does not, Andrew. There has been no
I'm sorry. Are you getting restitution right now?
I'm not getting it right now.
Now, then
because
I
the
guess
harm
they've
was done.
decided you don't need it, and they're the determiners.
If no
of who
investigation,
gets it.
Andrew, that doesn't make any
Well,
sense.
that's the
How
problem.
could they get? How could they? Wait a minute. Stop.
Stop. You know? Shout out to T-Bone. Welcome to the party. But no money for reparations unless the white folks get the same amount of free money. Gotta be fair. So I see how this isn't a common thing that is a good argument, but because there is the truth that black people were not treated great in that way. So this is their attempt to make it fair, but it don't work like that. Welcome to the party. Let me grab a couple more of these. Like you said, maybe we shouldn't be getting you to exercise. Maybe we should be getting you to eat cheeseburgers or something. I eat as soon as I'm done with this stream. I always make usually cheeseburgers. I just restocked with Swiss cheese, and I've been getting chili. I've been eating chili the last few days, and I got some Chinese food yesterday. I haven't DoorDashed in a month. And I was like, I want some Chinese food, and I've just been eating burgers every day, so I needed to switch it up. So I mean, it's not I smoke enough to have the appetite, but I'm just a small dude. And the exercise is what builds the appetite. Aval said, so what families who fought to free slaves and lost family members would they be eligible for reparations because of their losses? No, they're white. So what do you mean? T-Bone said we already have reparations. We have HBCUs, and the month of February we have welfare. We have a lot of ways that restitution has been paid. They would not be about that. He would not enjoy the American quality of life he has today if someone didn't bring his ancestors to America.
Bingo.
That's another good point. Like, well, would you rather be over in Ethiopia or wherever your ancestors are from? How much is that in pounds? Because you might be close. Wiki said, you don't notice, you never see a commercial for a Chinese food place, but yet they're always busy. How? If you know You know. All right, thank you very, very much, guys. Let's dive back in. Did we get the full link there? Why isn't it clickable? All right. Well, I mean, you know how to fucking find links, but that is the Substack link. I'll fix it. You're not far off. You're not far off.
For the
If
determiners.
no
of who
investigation,
gets
well,
it,
Andrew, that
you know?
doesn't make any
Well,
sense.
that's the
How
problem.
could they get? How could they? Wait a minute. Stop. Because what you're doing, this little syllogism bullshit that you want to try to play is not going to work.
syllogism.
You can't do that. Yes, Andrew's good at playing word games, but you can't be. Oh, you this logic bullshit, bro. That's what we're doing here. That's what we're doing here.
So
What do you mean? You're going to come to me with a syllogism and then say, "How dare you attack my syllogism?"
Andrew, calm down.
How dare you attack my syllogism, Andrew?
Got him.
Relax, Andrew. Calm down.
See, now he's trying to throw it around on him, but you're the one who's been tense this entire time. We were saying that Andrew seems bored. But calm down. Watch, he's gonna now say that Andrew is spurging.
Calm down.
What are you talking about?
Let's start from the beginning.
Why?
Calm down.
Okay.
Relax.
Because he still hasn't gotten off first base, bro.
You already ceded premise one that the U.S. government did cause measurable harm. That is an
Okay, and then so he cedes that, and then how does that help your argument? What are you saying?
objective reality. Okay.
Well,
You already
no.
ceded.
What I ceded is that
No. Bullshit.
government-backed policy,
You
which is
ceded- stop.
discriminatory towards
Bless.
black
Andrew,
people,
Andrew,
if that's
it's
how
not gonna
you
work.
define harm.
Fellas, we got to stop
Understood.
talking over each
Andrew,
other. Hold on a second, Austin. So, Austin, first of all, lay it out. What do you think he ceded? And then, Andrew, you can
He
respond.
ceded.
as to...
I'll tell you. When I
Even cutting off Jake. And if you think that Andrew isn't clocking all of this, then you are silly.
First of all, lay it out. What do you think he ceded? And then, Andrew, you can
he
respond.
ceded,
as to...
I'll tell you. When I asked him plainly, did the U.S. government cause measurable harm? I restated premise one twice. I said, premise one, the government of the United States caused measurable harm. You ceded premise one. I know you did because I asked you twice.
Yeah,
So
okay. But what did I cede? in
I
premise one?
wasn't done speaking. Calm down. Relax. I know you just screwed yourself. I know. Relax. It's all right. So the rest of
Did he know? Come on, bro. I was just wearing the Is It Though hoodie today, also available at theindianjesus.com.
speaking, calm down, relax. I know you just screwed yourself. I know, relax. It's all right. So the rest of the crap that you're saying is now downstream of the fact you have acknowledged that premise one did.
Hey, well, thank you. You have a good one.
So now the rest of what you're doing is attempting to create this fog of wordplay that I'm just not going for. That's what it was, Jake, to answer that. He did see premise one.
Okay,
Andrew,
great.
now you can respond.
Yeah, right. And then
So what I ceded was, this is your syllogism. It's your argument. So when I asked for a definition of what you consider harm to be, you said in this context, harm is government-backed policy, which was discriminatory towards black people. Follow-up question, Andrew, is it true that there was discriminatory practice towards black people, therefore validating what you're considering harm in this aspect? I say yes. So sure, under those terms, I'll grant premise one as being true based on your definition of harm. However, granting premise one is true based on your definition of harm does nothing for the following two premises. Your conclusion would be unsound if each premise is not true, and each premise is not true.
It's pathetic that that Andrew has to walk him through this slow. You have 3 points. Okay, maybe the 1 point is true, but if the other 2 don't follow, then your conclusion does not make sense. That's how this works. This isn't a game that anybody's playing. This isn't you being aggrieved. This isn't something that you need more reparations for. You just don't understand what's happening in front of you.
Which premise is true, Andrew?
They can't be.
Correct me if I'm
They can't
wrong.
be
They're contradictory.
true.
Hold on. So now
P and not P. P and not P. It's the government, but it's also not the government.
let's assume for a second that I buy the
You know what happens when you assume? You make an ass out of you and me.
line of logic that you're using. If
But
premise
there's only
one
one
is
logic.
I'm sorry, what?
There's only one logic.
Got him.
No, okay. Well, I hear what you're saying. Let's
Poking the
assume that
bear.
what you're saying is fully accurate, which is not. Did premise one happen? You agree that premise one took place. The government caused measurable harm. You agreed there.
Yes.
So if premise one occurred, now I'm going to ask you plainly,
Mhm.
Are you saying that justice does not require the government to do anything to recompense Black Americans for objectively provable harm that was caused to
It
them?
would be
by the
irrelevant, whatever I would consider justice to
It's
be.
not irrelevant. I'm asking you.
Why-
The reason you're
why
saying
is
it's
it
irrelevant.
So here's how you get around this. When because Andrew is correct that we're interrogating Austin's position. So it does not matter to the argument itself how Andrew defines justice or any of those things. However, of course, Austin needs that to make the rest of his argument. And so this, again, is where if you had some goodwill from the beginning, when you, finish your opening statement. And now you could be like, okay, maybe it's irrelevant, but like, can you just humor me? I promise this is going somewhere. And he may still say no, but then at least it's him who's doing the negative. Like I tell you guys, it's not just two people talking.
Irrelevant, whatever I would consider justice to be.
It's not irrelevant. I'm asking you.
Why-
The reason you're
why
saying
is
it's
it
irrelevant is
relevant?
because it would force you to answer a question that you're
Yeah, why-
uncomfortable answering.
It's
So
okay.
I'm going to say this again.
You have an
Are you-
argument, dude.
Are you going
We're
to
talking
Andrew,
about your
Andrew, will you
argument
calm-
here.
Andrew, will you calm down and let me ask you,
He's
Mhm.
are you saying that the United
Mhm.
States government does not owe Black Americans anything for the harm that it caused during Jim Crow?
No, I
Yes.
consider justice to be eating grass. That's what justice means to me. So that's my definition
So
of
if you're going
justice.
to be this intellectually full of shit, there was really no point in me accepting this. debate.
Listen,
This is
what's
hilarious.
intellectually full of shit is that you need me to define your words.
I don't need Andrew. I asked
Great,
you a
then
question.
deal with
I
the
didn't ask
actual
you to define
argument.
shit.
Then deal with the argument.
I'm asking you a question. Are you uncomfortable with this?
I'm uncomfortable with you not actually dealing with
I
the
asked
argument.
you a question. You acknowledge that the government of the United States committed acts of harm via discriminatory policies to Black Americans.
Yeah.
I am now asking you a follow-up question, which is based on your acknowledgement of the truth of the first premise. Are you saying that Black Americans are not owed any form of reparative justice by the United States federal government?
See, and because of the fact that Andrew is honing in on the fact that the word justice has not been properly articulated, and Austin should be using a different word. Do you think it's fair that the government should make this, that, whatever? If you don't want to play the semantics game, then you got to have a better vocabulary. Because the problem with letting the government decide is because it's not an election issue. They have no mandate to dish out money for reparations. Well, I mean, I think that's what he's pushing for. But this is just a half-baked. I want this. There's no, or at least there doesn't seem to be any thought to how would this work. I'm totally down to listen to say if there absolutely were people who were aggrieved by the government, and if that can be fixed in a way that actually fixes it, I'm not against that. But it's your responsibility, Austin, to put that forward. Hey, shout out to Brandon. Welcome to the party. Yeah, he's locked in because he knows that Austin wants to go all the way over here, but you just sit in the pocket, give him enough rope to hang himself. We also got James Dillon. Welcome. Better pay back. We already have a strike hanging over the channel, so I'm not going to say that, but I'm pretty sure you could. Welcome. And hey, we got HR Death Poet. It's been a minute. Where you been? No, I'm just kidding. Always great to see ya. Let's dive back in here. He's inside a trap. Yeah. I'll give him reparations with one condition. The money has to be donated to charity. I still don't think it would work, but that's a good caveat. Quality over on Rumble said all the people who were slaves should be compensated by the slave owners, but they're all dead, so fuck off. And yep, that's what we were saying before, that if those people were still alive, maybe you would have an argument, but they all dead. And so he's arguing on behalf of the potential generational wealth that you could have maybe had. But there's no reason to believe that any one specific slave would be better off, or rather, there's no justification for any one person who is a descendant of a slave that they would inherently be better off. And so there's no way to quantify it. And it just needs to be a thing where, okay, that was a dark period of our history. Thank goodness we've fixed that. and move forward. That's all there is. No, never. Yeah, right. All right, let's dive back in.
Black Americans are not owed any form of reparative justice by the United States federal government.
Yeah, I don't
Agreed. No,
consider
that question directly.
For me, for Christian ethics, no, restoration is not required in materialism.
For Christian ethics, are you a Christian?
Mm-hmm.
In what world?
How do you know of Andrew Wilson and don't know that he's a Christian? Saturday? It's Wednesday. How did you go 4 days without a phone? I mean, that's the millennial in me. 4 days? 4 days without a phone? Oh, hell no.
Does that when the children of Israel were slaves in Egypt, did God not give them the gold and the wealth of the Egyptians as restitution?
No.
That's a lie.
Show it to me.
Sure. So when we go to the Old Testament,
bringing Jesus.
Damn it. This shit froze. Hold on a second.
Fair enough. Crazy. Come on, bro. What are you doing?
Questions in great time. You read
In Genesis 15,
super chat.
13 and 14, God tells Abraham his descendants will be afflicted in a foreign land, but afterwards they will come out with great substance. In Exodus chapter 3, verses 21 to 22, God says Israel will leave Egypt with silver, gold, and clothing from the Egyptians. And in Exodus chapter 12, Israel asked the Egyptians for silver, gold, and clothing, and the Lord gives Israel favor in their sight. It says they spoiled the Egyptians, stripping them of their wealth, fulfilling the promise. So biblically, God,
According to his logic, yes. That accident that you were not involved with, you get reparations.
did not merely liberate Israel from oppression and tell them to move on. He brought them out with substance. So
what happened? So what happened to the Egyptians?
No. No. Deal with that first.
Okay.
You said it didn't happen.
That.
I've proven to you that it did.
Yeah. So what happened here was a punishment which was dealt over to Egypt because they had defied the will of God.
Okay. And were they? That's not what I asked you. What I asked you was when the children of Israel were slaves in Egypt, were they not promised reparations?
No, that wasn't reparations. They defied the will of God.
That's exactly what it was, Andrew.
No, they.
Even if it was, where is this going? Okay, in the Bible, at one time, one group gave reparations to another group, and then what's the actual argument, bro? And that's another way to combat the holding on to the semantics. I'm like, well, what technically does that mean? And what technically does that mean? Then just kind of offer the next part and say that, well, if you humor me, you let me explain this, it'll make a lot more sense. Then at least you have the time, you have a little bit of breathing room to bring out something where you're not stuck in this trap.
God didn't tell Israel, you're free now, stop complaining. He brought them out with wealth because liberation without restoration still leaves the victim carrying the cost of the oppressor's sin.
Where does it say that?
I just read it to you.
Wait.
We know you just read it, brother. The question was from where?
Victim carrying the cost of the oppressor's sin.
Where does it say that?
I just read it to you.
Wait, say it again.
In Genesis 15, 13, 14, God establishes the promise. And in the book of Exodus, God says Israel is going to leave Egypt with silver, gold, and clothing from the Egyptians. And if you're going to say that reparations would be a form of punishment on white America for inflicting a crime upon black Americans, then so be it. It's a just punishment for an unjust crime. Unless you're going to say that now the Bible is wrong.
Abraham said,
I'll say the Bible's wrong.
Said, sovereign Lord, how can I know that I will gain possession of it? And the Lord said to him, bring to me a heifer and a goat and a ram. Where are we at here in Genesis 15 that we're reading?
Quality said, notice how fucking active God was a long time ago, but is about as active as Tess Holiday these days. Wonder if it has anything to do with cameras and technology. And yet another one that goes through on Twitch and would not go through on YouTube. Oh, yeah, the obese body positive model. Yeah, okay, I remember. Yeah, yep.
I'm sorry, what? Say that again?
Where are we at in Genesis here?
I quoted Genesis and I quoted Exodus as well.
Genesis what, though?
I just gave it to you, Andrew. You're obviously not paying attention. Exodus chapter 3, verses 21 to 20. Exodus, I'm giving it to you. Calm down. Exodus chapter 3, verses 21 through 22, where God says Israel will leave Egypt with silver, gold, and clothing.
Yeah, but Genesis is the reference.
Disavow. A bad HR death poet
that I'm looking for.
Okay, I gave you 3 references. Stop doing that. Stop sticking at one when I gave you 3.
But
You gotta follow
I
me.
just
Keep
want to
up.
follow one at a time. Can you give me the Genesis reference again?
Genesis chapter 15, verses 13 and 14, Andrew. Let's start there.
Okay, 13 and 14. The Lord said to him, know for certain that for 400 years your descendants
We know what you meant.
will be strangers in a country not their own, and they will be enslaved and mistreated there. But I will
Black
punish
Americans
the
not enslaved
nation.
and mistreated in
I will
America?
punish the nation.
Wait,
that
stop. Were Black Americans not enslaved and mistreated in America? Yes or no?
Yeah, they were.
Yes.
Okay, then.
Okay, what then?
What is it? Can
Now
I
continue.
finish reading
Now
it now?
continue.
I love when people like they think they did a thing. Like, oh well, okay then. Did you do a thing? Maybe I'm stupid. I missed it.
Go ahead.
These are things that aren't in dispute.
We know
your
they're in a dispute. We know.
Your
So then
descendants
what are
will
you
be
fucking
strangers
talking
in a
about, bro?
country not their own, that they will be enslaved and mistreated there. But I will punish that nation, punish that nation. They serve as slaves, and afterwards they will come out with great possession. So it was a fucking punishment, bro. Like I said. Anything else?
The fuck are you talking about? You are worse than Bo. You are literally worse than Bo.
Does the word punishment? What's
Worse than Bo? What does that mean? The Christian stuff is a little. I tune out when it comes to the Bible, but
what's the word we're looking for here? Punishment.
Andrew.
Mm-hmm.
You said you're a Christian earlier. I gave you a perfect example of punishment. So in this case,
Punishment, not reparations. Punishment.
Andrew, what God punished.
so with someone like him, you have to directly ask him. You can't just put out, yeah, you talked about punishment, not reparation, or whatever the word he used. You have to explicitly say, that's different because this was a punishment, and you're not talking about punishing someone. Unless you are talking about punishing someone, in which case we can have that conversation. Who is to be punished with these reparations? His point, I'm barely even listening, don't give a shit about the Bible, and I can see that the money that was given to people was a punishment for the people who were giving the money, not a prize or a reparation for the people who got the money. It's different. Oh, okay, different debate. Okay, and that's also another bad move. Well, okay, so he did it. He said you're worse than Bo, but yeah. Who was it? Oh man, I forget who it was, but someone who's like, "Yo, that other dude beat you in a debate." Okay, but you're not.
But not reparations. Punishment.
Andrew, God punished Pharaoh and the Egyptians because they didn't do what? They didn't live up. They didn't honor the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Correct?
Not just that, they were also honoring demons.
They did not honor the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Doesn't the Bible say you should have no other gods before me? Yes or no?
That's true.
Yeah, so if it's a punishment from God on the Pharaoh, then the question, for it to be analogous, who is being punished in this case? Are you punishing the American government, the U.S. government? Are you punishing what is the analog?
But they also were idolizing demons.
It doesn't matter what else you're idolizing. Anything that replaces God is wrong. Yes or no, Andrew?
Yeah, generally speaking, yes.
Okay, then. So it doesn't matter what false gods the Egyptians were worshiping. They were not honoring the one God that actually created the universe. Okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Great.
So now, moving along, when in the book of Exodus, chapter 3, verses 21 and 22, God says, Israel will leave Egypt with silver.
Add them to the list. Add them to the list. But as if you make a fair society, you wouldn't need to fight so hard for inherited money to make a decent life. Bingo. It's exactly the point. Exactly the point. Instead of looking back, you look forward. Nobody has a perfect life. Nobody has, we all have to different degrees shit that we have to deal with that gets in the way of us having, the perfect life that we want. It's the people who understand that that's just what life is, and you just got to deal with it, even if it's not fair. Those are the people that get ahead. The people who are like, well, but I did this, and that, and I did this, and that, and that was unfair, so it was unfair, so it was unfair. Don't you agree that it was unfair? Yes, it was unfair. Well, there you go. No, there you don't go. You go no. I mean, they're already reading the fucking Bible. I don't know how much more religious you can get than that. We got Mr. Alec. Welcome to the party. People can't even decide what a perfect life is, let alone get government to make it so. Very true. And so that's another, pile that on, that if you understand that even if you were to move forward and just try to do your best, that there's going to be obstacles anyway, and you can still have, you can still benefit, whether, it is money or family or any of the things that you want. Then thinking about what already went wrong when things are going to go wrong today, how are you ever going to get over the things that are going wrong today if you haven't gotten over the things that went wrong to somebody else way long ago? It's not going to be good. Claudia said, how does Andrew know his god is not a demon? He sure acts like one. And HR Death Poet seems to agree. I don't know. Shout out to DJ Hudgens. Welcome to the party. Anthony Johnson. The only Anthony Johnson I know is the UFC fighter. Who is this Anthony Johnson? Welcome. Justice at a fair society just means a society where everyone has decent access to a good education and success in the workplace and can afford a house and raise a family. The American dream. The American dream. And we do have that. It's not perfect. There's a lot of things to fix, but we're moving, especially if you look over history, we're moving in the right direction. Even if we think about, on a shorter time frame where it's like, okay, things were good here with Trump, and then Biden was in, and then Trump came back and was better, but not as good. Still, if you zoom out, when in doubt, zoom out. We're in terms of how much money is available, what opportunities, all that stuff is moving in this direction. That does not mean that it's perfect. That does not mean that you should expect utopia. But it does mean that looking back and trying to recuperate that which was lost, it's almost like this. It's not, but it's almost like the sunk cost fallacy. Where it's like if you're throwing money at a business and it's not working, and you've gotten to the point where you realize, this is not going to work. People people will commonly keep throwing money at it because they feel like, I'm in so deep that I can't just give up now. Gamblers, same kind of thing. And so the people who are talking about reparations for Black people, it seems like I've put so much into the idea that I need this money, that you're not focusing on how to actually make money, create a fair society, and be part of that society. He said every person has a different perfect life. The government is not capable of providing any of them. Bingo. Yup. That's why we need as little government as possible. All right, let's dive back in here.
Israel will leave Egypt with silver, gold, and clothing from the Egyptians.
Mhm.
In Exodus chapter 12, verses 35 and 36, Israel then asked the Egyptians for silver, gold, and clothing, and the Lord gives Israel favor in this sight. And the King James Bible actually says they spoiled the Egyptians, meaning that they did strip them of their wealth. The reason the Israelites got the wealth was because the Egyptians did something morally wrong.
Shout out to Wicked Dream joining the Discord. Of course, guys, it is absolutely free. Link is pinned to the chat. 24/7, the party rages on.
God was punishing them.
Correct. So in the confines of what we're talking about, you could argue, if you wish, that reparations or some sort of governmental corrective action is a punishment on white America for a sin that they committed against Blacks.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere. No, I'll come back to this. Now we're getting somewhere. So he is saying that the U.S. government deserves to be punished, not that the descendants of slaves need to be made whole. It's similar, and it may manifest as the same thing, but the way that you're approaching it is very, very different. So now he is saying that white America, I'm not white, I'm first generation. My parents weren't even born here. He's saying that white America has committed this against Blacks, and so now white America must be punished. Okay, what is white America? It's these half-baked thoughts that are based on feelings that get you into trouble. So first black man in the colonies to own slaves forever rather than give them freedom after a set time, which was the practice during those days, popularizing chattel slavery. Well,
Haram!
nice work, bro. Nice work. We got to get out of here. Hope to see you and Dane on the soapbox panel. I think we will be there. Thank you so very, very much for hanging out. And of course, these donations. Very good to see you, brother. Do come by again. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Who's Anthony Johnson's descendants supposed to pay? Themselves? It's where it all falls apart. But it would be interesting to see a country try having a minimal government that literally only provided law and order and nothing else. I think it would fail because people are shit, but it's worth a try. Agreed. Agreed.
Great. I'm glad that we finally got there.
Okay, so you're saying that that's not, but you said that's
Have a
not
good
in line with
one.
Christian ethics.
That's correct. It would not be in line with Christian
How
ethics.
is an
which
example that proves what I'm saying is correct, not in line with Christian ethics?
Because
You
you're
sound like a
citing
moron.
you're citing the Old Testament, sir.
Is the New Testament? Are you telling me the New Testament and the Old Testament conflict?
Well, it's not
Isn't that the whole point of Jesus Christ?
conflict.
Now
it's
that's a
on-
biblical
It's
contradiction.
it's on a continuity. But in the New Testament,
Wait a minute. The New Testament is not a continuity of the Old.
Austin, you have to let him get
Shut
the point out
up.
before
Yeah,
you
sure,
interrupt.
sure,
All right,
sure.
make
But-
sure
but
there's
there's a
equal
question
speaking
here.
time. You are interrupting a lot. So Andrew, get the point
So
out.
just one last question. Are you
Well,
saying
Where were we?
Yes,
He wasn't finished.
you're just gish galloping because you're getting blown out on each point, like you just did on the one on
you
punishment.
ain't blown out shit.
Bro, you got done telling me no, it wasn't a form of.
We got Dan Calvano in the building. Did you redirect me to a horde of brainwashed incels? I don't think so, but I'm sure you will tell us if we are. Welcome to the party.
Punishment. Now you've conceded it's a form of punishment. It's hilarious. But now back to
Yeah, I want to hear that point because that's a strong point.
Are you
Well,
saying?
Where were we?
Yes, dude.
He wasn't finished.
you're just gish galloping because you're getting blown out on each point, like you just did on the one on
Got
punishment.
him.
You ain't blown out shit.
Bro, you got done telling me no, it wasn't a form of punishment. Now you've conceded it's a form of punishment. It's hilarious. But now back to this on continuity. This is even funnier to me. If you look at the book of Acts, you'll find in the book of Acts.
Yeah, right. Like he's pretty light skinned. It's not that crazy that some of his ancestors would be slave owners.
This is even funnier to me. If you look at the book of Acts, you'll find in the book of Acts that how they determine who is a Christian is by 3 criteria, right? You no longer have to get circumcised, for instance. Is that contradictory because the Old Testament does say that you need to be circumcised? No, of course not. It's on a continuity. And so the New Testament has a new covenant with it. And with that is the fulfillment of the law. Jesus Christ came and fulfilled the law. Part of how he fulfilled the law is by conquering death. He conquered death. And in his testament to his apostles, he taught us through Christian ethics how we are to treat each other going forward. On a that's why, for instance, in Leviticus, how do you deal with homosexuals in Leviticus? You wrap a millstone around their neck and you throw them into the water, and then they sink to the bottom and drown. However, we don't deal with homosexuals like that in Christianity, do we? Why? Because in continuity, you'll find in the New Testament, Christ came and fulfilled the law and gave us what the law is supposed to be.
So
Good timing. Good timing. Good timing with the flick. You can't teach that. You can't teach that.
You'll find in the New Testament, Christ came and fulfilled the law and gave us what the law is supposed to be.
1, 2. Oh, I thought it was going to be on the 3.
So
That
you're
was good.
saying that the Old Testament no longer applies
No, it does apply, and the law applies. However, the law is a continuum. It's on a continuity. Jesus
Okay,
Christ
so
came
Andrew-
and fulfilled the law by conquering death, and he gave Christians the methodology for which to have their ethical system.
So
What
we
the
know
fuck does this
restitution
have to
carries
do with
into the New
reparations?
Testament, because when Zacchaeus encountered Christ, he did not say, well, Jesus fulfilled the law, so therefore I owe no one anything. He says, if I have taken anything from any man by false accusation, I restore him fourfold. And Christ responds to him when he says, "This day is salvation come to this house." So this restitution thing carries over into the New Testament, unless you're not going to deny that.
Read the rest of the context.
What do you mean the rest? I just read it.
All right, I'm going to jump ahead a little. You either know the Bible or you don't care about the Bible, and they're, just looping a little bit. So I'm going to skip ahead a little bit, see if we got past this bullshit.
I mean, I know what you're doing. So I'm asking you. I gave you
Directly
the definition
engaging
of
with your
justice.
argument.
I mean, they didn't, like, if you buy a Holy Bible, they don't take it out. So I still don't understand because again, I spent 20 years as a Christian and not once ever, and I was a Catholic, I was a Methodist, and blame my church and my pastors if you want, but not once ever was there ever a notion that, oh, well, that's in the Old Testament, so it doesn't matter as much. That's in the Old Testament, so it doesn't actually mean what it says. I never heard that until... You good, bro? I never heard that until, I started to debate in these spaces. Weird. Seems like, it seems to be a shortage of millstones. And what kind of... I don't know. Millstone is a county around here. What do you mean? At least Jesus' teaching I can mostly agree with, though I don't see many of these Christians fighting against usury. Well, you gotta work that up. Quality says, since when does fulfill mean end? Cafeteria Christians are so cute. You gotta be a Jane. Then you can't kill a fly. You can't kill anything at all. Sounds pretty good. All right, let's dive back in.
Directly engaging with your argument. Go ahead.
I gave you the definition of justice.
Yes, you did.
You are saying, you stated, when I provided the definition, you stated that does not line up with Christian ethics. I am now asking you, because when you say that, what you're implying is that you have a superior definition that is more in line with objective Christian ethics.
That would be
So
incorrect.
I'm now asking you to define it. If you can't define it, then...
Because, so understand, you said justice is giving what is due.
Yeah, I don't know why the link isn't clickable, but I mean, just Lech TIJ, that's my Substack. I just did the first welcome post, and probably Sundays or Mondays, I don't know, I'll figure out when it's coming, but it's gonna be pretty cool, and it's free, so check that out.
Find it then.
Because so understand, you said justice is giving what is due. That's your definition. I can say that does not line up with Christian ethics based on the fact that it's giving what is due. An example of this: you're a Christian? Yeah. Okay. Do you believe in?
Just said suspected saggets, because we can't use the other one that I tried to use. Saggets were hung with a millstone around their neck and thrown into the nearest body of water. Seems fair. I don't know about all of that. But it is what it is. He said it's super simple. God made a covenant with the chosen people of the Old Testament and gave them laws and rituals. And Jesus was sent by God to fulfill the covenant and give a new law. But my question is, why do we say, oh, well, the 10 Commandments are this, that, and the other? Why can we quote Exodus and Genesis sometimes, but then there's the caveat that, well, that doesn't mean what it says it means, because it's the Old Testament. I understand that they're different and that Jesus was a reformation. I mean, again, I grew up in this, but I never heard that. And I don't understand what is the metric to determine something in the Old Testament is, you can take it at face value, like the 10 Commandments, versus something that's in the Old Testament that doesn't really mean what it says because of the New Testament. That's what I don't get.
The concept of forgiveness?
Yes.
What does a person have to give you to be forgiven?
Money!
They don't have to give me anything.
Then what the fuck are you arguing about, bro?
Okay, well then, your idea of
sin, that's a completely
your idea here then of restitution, for the idea of a harm has befallen you by somebody else, for you to forgive them requires no restitution. You're pointing out that Christian ethics requires no restitution for forgiveness.
The reason that I'm able to forgive, we're talking about two different things. You're talking about forgiveness of sin, which is not what we're discussing. So what you're saying doesn't.
You really don't know these days. You really don't know these days.
You're talking about forgiveness of sin, which is not what we're discussing. So what you're saying doesn't line up. So again, this is where we're going back
do you
to the
define
word
harm
game.
absent
You're
sin?
running from answering a core question
No,
because
I'll
in order
answer
for you to
that.
do that.
Look, I'll show you. When you say the word harm here,
Is that true? Oh no, my tickety talk, my poor tickety talk. I love TikTok. Israel, please, please, please don't ruin TikTok. No, I love TikTok so much. Hey, look who we got. Hey, welcome to the party. It seems like the ladies were on a ladies' night or a ladies' cruise or something, but I'm very glad to have you back. Welcome to the party. Talking about reparations.
answer that.
Do that.
Look, I'll show you. When you say the word harm here, the reason that you're saying that these are unjust, government-backed policies which are discriminatory towards black people, I'm assuming that that means that you consider these things unjust under a Christian ethical purview, which is what you just argued. If that's the case, then you're saying, look, harm here is some violation of Christian ethics, right? If that's the case, if it's a violation of Christian ethics, but the core of your ethical principle is the idea of forgiveness, and forgiveness requires no restitution, nor are you allowed to seek vengeance.
Right. So, based on the Christian ethics that you claim to go by, the biblical thing, according to Andrew's argument, would be forgiveness. Forgive the people who are dead and work with the people who are alive and not trying to enslave you. Hey, we got Dick Johnson in the building. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. Hey! Oh wait, we knew that already. But Dilly, fucking Dilly. There you go. But this is the average TikTok user will be bothered moving as long as they can get their dopamine hit scrolling. Well, the thing is that, I mean, it really depends on your algorithm. So if you're somebody who just scrolls and just watches whatever will show up, then no, you're probably not going to care. But if you're someone like me who is very aware of how the algorithm works, and I don't want to stay on a video too long that doesn't interest me or isn't something that I want to see. If it's someone just singing something, I am immediately swiping off, and that's why my For You page is fucking dope. But they can change it and flood it with the bullshit at any time. How's Morty? He's doing great. He's a little hungry, but we've been doing well. So he is living the life. Thank you so very, very much. He's not thinking shit. I don't get the reparations money. Yeah, forgiveness. Forgiveness is free, baby. Forgiveness is free. Kids move along. Jenko jeans is skinny jeans. Kids hate boomers, and boomer is any 30-year-old. Nope. Wrong, sir. Semantic obfuscation.
Haram!
So a baby boomer is somebody of a certain age. A boomer is somebody who is in the moment acting in such a way that they are stuck in what they already know, or they already like, or they already think, and unwilling to see anything new. So the boomer mentality can be at any age. A baby boomer is a generation.
Requires no restitution, nor are you allowed to.
I love Maui. Jager's in well, I don't know if he's in Maui, but he's in Hawaii right now. It's fucking amazing. Yeah, right. Why don't you leave? Fucking Maui's amazing. Well, maybe don't live there. Definitely go there, but I've never lived there.
And forgiveness requires no restitution, nor are you allowed to seek vengeance. Then I don't see how you have an argument here for restitution at all.
What you're doing, and this is amazing, because you call yourself a Christian, and yet I gave you an example of the book of Acts where Zacchaeus says, or excuse me, the Gospel of Matthew, where Zacchaeus says, and even in the book of Acts as well.
So Nikki said the 10 Commandments are still the law of God just like the 7 deadly sins and cardinal virtues. Before the time of Christ, there was a ritual sacrifice as a blood covenant. Okay. And so that means that changed thing. Like, let's take the specific things that Austin is talking about with reparations. Why is it justified for Andrew to say, oh, well, but that's in the Old Testament? Let's use that specific example. I think it was Genesis and Exodus talking about how the pharaohs were being punished and had to give reparations. Why? What is the thing that makes that not something we can take at face value?
Example of the book of Acts where Zacchaeus says, or excuse me, the Gospel of Matthew where Zacchaeus says, and even in the book of Acts as well, where it was stated that if someone harmed someone, they would restore them fourfold. So and
Does that mean
also
that-
a Christian. Wait a minute, it is also
Okay.
a Christian. It is also in line with Christian ethics.
Wait a minute.
So
Get it.
when you look at, and again, you're trying to muddy the waters, and I know what you're doing. I'm not Naima. This is not the whatever podcast.
Yeah, they
so-
make way better arguments.
Oh! Got him. He said the whatever podcast girls make way better arguments. Oh my goodness. Punishment is directed from God himself to the Pharaoh. Okay. So why is that not relevant? What about it being in the Old Testament makes it such that Andrew doesn't accept it?
You're not going to, well, that's up for debate. You're not going to run from this. You have given no definition of justice while calling yourself a Christian, while contesting my definition.
That's not how this works, bro. If you're on the affirmative saying we should change things and we should have reparations, then it's not his job to do that. It's your job.
So your inability to answer the question really exposes the flaw or the deliberate flaw in the logic that you're attempting to skirt away from and use. So I'm going to ask you one more time. If you're willing to acknowledge that the government of the United States caused measurable harm to Black
I'm sorry, real quick.
How can you then say?
Well, hang on. My internet dropped for just a second. So can you go back about 15 seconds?
Put a 1 in the chat if you think that really happened, and put a 2 in the chat if you think that was a tactic from Andrew. Wow. So 80% of you, from 21 votes, said, did the U.S. government cause the harm when we're talking about reparations and all that stuff? Interesting. Yeah, that's every goddamn day, bro. They love me. They love me. But yeah, shout. You never know. I kind of feel like he knew exactly what he was doing and wanted to trip him up even a little bit more. I think he said, no man can implement punishment on behalf of God. The silver wasn't given because of the free. Yeah, fair enough. I'm not asking you what the story is. I'm asking why. What is the meta, either within the story or a meta reason that's not listed in the book, that tells us what things in the Old Testament we follow and what things in the Old Testament have been tweaked?
Sorry.
If you already seated at the very start of this debate that the government of the United States caused measurable economic harm, you're in agreement with.
Well, I'm a pure blood. Shout out to all my pure blood, so I wouldn't get any of that. But true.
The government of the United States caused measurable economic harm. You're in agreement with my worldview of Christian ethics already. You're seating that you're acknowledging right there that you're seeing the world through the same lens that I am from a Christian-based lens.
No, that's not established.
It's okay. So now no, you're not. So what do you define as now harm, Andrew? Because now you're changing your statement. Because you first granted premise one.
No, he was going based on your definition. That doesn't mean that he accepted that definition. He was operating with your definition. Have said Christ is to be the last sacrifice. Messiah is to come before the second temple. Blah, 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 blah. Are you okay? And what? Did you type this out thinking that I would be? Oh, okay. Now I get it. You're just preaching. I mean, is my question confusing? I feel like it's pretty simple. If we take something from the New Testament, nobody's going to say, well, we don't follow. That doesn't mean what it says it means because it's in the New Testament. But we have many examples of things that are written in the text of the Old Testament. And people go, oh, well, that's the Old Testament. Meaning, usually, that we can either ignore it completely or it is something different than what it says. What is the mechanism by which we can decide which parts of the Old Testament stay as they were, like stoning women for adultery? Actually, I don't know if Jesus was against that. I would imagine he was, but I don't know specifically. But let's just say, for example, that was one of the things he was like, okay, wait, we're not going to do that anymore. Okay, I get that. But are all of these things that somebody says, oh, well, that's the Old Testament. Does that imply that Jesus specifically said something to negate or supersede that? Is that what that means? Morty's a pure blood, and he does love that peanut butter. Remember, it is a peanut butter night, guys. We are $15 away from me doing push-ups and Morty getting peanut butter. Buck's also a pure blood. Yeah, there you go. There you go. I don't care. I'll give it. I'll give it to you. All the pure bloods. Yes, sir. It is a peanut butter night. Is he asleep? No, I don't want to bring it up, and he's gonna be like, "Oh, am I getting that?" But it is. Just saying. It's right there. It's right there. Oh shit! Nobody saw the brand name on the drinks that I use because they've got to pay me for that. What are we do? I'm pure blood, but I don't call myself as such. Why not? Why not? Should be championing that shit. Pure blood for pets is for good looks, but many health problems. For humans, I think what? Pure blood for pets is good for looks, but so many health problems. For humans, I think interracial is better. But when I say pure blood, I'm specifically talking about the COVID vaccine. I'm not saying I got plenty of vaccines, just not that one. All right, let's dive back in. Yeah.
What do you define as now harm, Andrew? Because now you're changing your state. You first granted premise one.
When you create, no. I didn't say I don't grant premise one.
Well,
I said that the granting of premise one would have no bearing on whether or not we're now looking at it through a lens of Christian ethics. For instance, it could be utilitarian ethic that we're looking at. Utility, if you understand Bentham and his philosophies, as a utilitarian, you would be looking at a harm principle as under the form of utils, which just means negative versus positive outcomes.
Ethics, Andrew. Now you're giving me some other shit that doesn't matter.
No, I'm explaining.
I mean, I was essentially in the same boat as Box, where I didn't have a problem with it. And I was like, oh, okay, this is just what we're doing. Like, I'm not going to go out of my way to do it. But if it becomes inconvenient where, like, I can't go to, you remember when people went to bars and stuff? If I can't go to the bars and stuff like that, then, I'll just get it because whatever. And then they got all super weird about it. And I was like, this is shifty. I don't like it. Peanut butter jelly with a baseball bat. Jeremy Bentham? If you know, you know.
Negative versus positive outcomes.
Ethics, Andrew. Now you're giving me some other shit that doesn't matter.
No, I'm explaining to you that this would not premise one would not establish.
Oh no, I didn't explain it because I say that all the time. But yeah, when we say pure bloods, we're specifically talking about the COVID vaccine. Got the vaccine, had to do a work trip to the USA and wasn't allowed in the country without the vaccine. And now you got myocarditis. Thank you, Project Warp Speed.
That this is now Christian ethics. What would establish?
How do you view the world, Andrew?
Well, I do from my worldview through Christian.
Okay,
ethics.
then. So that means we're discussing the same worldview. So stop the
intellectual. Well, no, that doesn't. It doesn't mean. Hang on. Just because I view the world through Christian ethics,
both of the debaters view the world the same.
Does not mean that premise one establishes that we're talking about Christian ethics yet. This is why I'm very
right. And this is why I skipped a little bit. We're still on premise one. The U.S. government treated black people badly.
very clear on language so I can make sure that we're talking about Christian ethics, because
Andrew,
we
if
seem to
both
have
of
a
us-
we seem to have a
both of us view the
contradiction.
world
Hang
from
on,
Christian ethics.
hang on. We seem to have a contradiction here.
Drink with me. What are we doing? Drink with me. Drink with us. Dilly dilly to you.
It's not
The contradiction, P and not P. If forgiveness, from your view and my view, requires no restitution, even if we both point out that there's demonstrable harm which had occurred, why would that demonstrable harm which had occurred require restitution for forgiveness? Well, it wouldn't. That's the contradiction.
I'm not speaking of Andrew. You're speaking about forgiveness as if that within the Christian lens, forgiveness is given to us if we accept Christ as a savior. We're not talking about forgiving the United States of America right now. We're talking about
Punishing, as you stated.
whether or not the U.S. government caused documented harm to Black Americans, which
Yeah, but
you
that's been
admitted that they
established.
did. Well, hold on. You admitted that they did.
Yes, that's what that's been established means.
You
Yeah, that's
admitted it.
established.
So,
Nobody,
so if that's
nobody's
established,
disputing that.
now you're sitting here
So
arguing
move
about
on.
what is justice, which all you're
Yeah.
doing is muddying the waters by trying to avoid answering the question. You still right now at the 51-minute mark of this debate,
Mhm.
you have not answered the question of what are you trying to define as justice?
I don't need.
He's not. You are. He's not trying to define justice. There you go. Let me know when you got it ready. And we'll
Not
dilly dilly.
answered the question of what are you trying to define as justice?
I don't need to define justice. It's irrelevant. I'm not the one who's.
Andrew.
I'm not the
It's not
one.
irrelevant.
Listen, so that
If
you
you're saying that
understand.
my definition
me
is not in
respond.
line with
Hey, shout out to boss with a $2 make you hello. Thank you. So very, very much, of course, a treat for the very tired overlord. We might have walked a little too much. I should have cut the second walk in half. Sorry, Bubs. We'll do a short walk in the morning. Sound good? Okay. Thank you. So very, very much, sir.
One who's.
Andrew.
I'm not the
It's not
one.
irrelevant.
Listen, so that
If
you
you're saying that
understand.
my definition
me
is not in
respond.
line with
Let me
Christian ethics,
respond. Let
that
me
would mean that by
respond.
definition yours somehow is.
No,
but
that
you
wouldn't-
refuse to
it wouldn't
define
mean
it.
that. Listen,
Andrew, yes. Why is it irrelevant? Let's
let
hear that.
me explain this so that you understand. Right, I'm gonna speak real slow and real soft.
Shout out again to Box. That's 90 out of 250 for the week. 5 out of 15 and 52 out of 75. Thank you so very, very much, guys.
So, if you make an argument based on your worldview, that's your position. Your position is the one of change. You're the one who's proposing that we do something about X. That's your position, not mine. I'm not proposing that we do anything about X.
Still not answering.
I'm
my question.
asking you, why ought we do something
You're
about
still not
X?
answering my question.
He's telling you why he doesn't need to answer the question. You need to listen. He's actively explaining, like you're 5 years old, why he is not answering your question. And you're interrupting him, but you're not answering my question. What? I am speechless. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yes, I am.
No, you're
I'm
not.
asking you, why ought
I
we
asked you
do
what is
it?
your definition of
I'm
justice. and you're
asking
refusing
you,
to
why
answer.
is that a requirement?
And so, again, if from the beginning he would have just asked, can you humor me? Now, when it's a polite request from somebody who's been given goodwill, giving goodwill, then Andrew looks like the asshole. He's no, I'm not going to define it. I don't have to. The framing changes slightly, but because you've been snippy and snappy the whole time, Andrew has no reason to give you an inch.
Yes, I am.
No, you're
I'm
not.
asking you, why ought
I
we
asked you
do
what is
it?
your definition of
I'm
justice. and you're
asking
refusing
you,
to
why
answer.
is that a requirement? Tell me why it's required that
It
I
is
tell you your position.
you are. I've restated this shit 4 times.
Yeah, exactly. That is precisely the thing that I don't think a lot of people pick up on. Andrew Wilson's position in a lot of debates is I don't have to defend my... no, he's saying I don't have to defend your position. He's on the negative for a lot of these things. Most of the... if you look at his debates, let's actually test this. If you look at... I don't know this. We're doing this live. We'll do it live! But if we search Andrew Wilson and we look at the titles I mean, we're gonna see Jewish women on who. That's not a great one. But my point is, oh yeah, the super panel. And so again, the super panel was a good example. They're all saying, that the Carmelo Anthony verdict should have been different, whereas Andrew's saying no, what happened was right. Oh yeah, I forgot he was on there. All right, so it's not going to show it here in the titles, but okay, so we have is toxic masculinity a problem? So he's going to be on the side where I'm saying no, this person, it is your responsibility to present your case. It's not my responsibility to prove you wrong. You have the responsibility of proving yourself right. And so it can be frustrating, but it's a smart move. Basic reparations are stupid. Whites today don't have slaves. If you want reparations, then get it from the white Democrats. They did it. Yup. Dilly fucking dilly. And yes, thank you, Box. That is a good one that we need to keep in there. Make sure if there are gifted memberships, you get one. And again, I don't know why this is not a clickable link, but I did start a Substack, and I had the welcome post. The first post, I'm thinking if we're going to do Sunday or Monday at the beginning of the week, is you're just going to get one email. I'm not going to blast a bunch of shit at you, just one single email, and I really think you're going to enjoy it. And of course, absolutely free. Andrew takes the negative most of the time. He's not in the position where he has to affirm his claims. I think it would be very interesting to see him in debates where he's on the affirmative. I think that would be ideal. But that goes back to it's not really a claim, my question as to, well, does does Andrew actually, or would Andrew rather have his worldview actually play out in America, or does he want to be the guy that's talking about it? Because if he gets what he wants, then his content is no longer as relevant. But if he's the underdog and he's fighting for this ideology that nobody likes, well, then he can make content endlessly. So I'm not accusing anybody of anything. I'm just saying I don't know which one would be more important to him. Shout out to Colonel Engine. Welcome to the party. Yeah, that's Zach. See, it's all right. There you go. So use that one. Fuck you, Nightbot. Fuck you, Nightbot. You guys are putting him out of business. There we go. Podesta said it's like being an agnostic and just saying in a religious debate, I'm claiming nothing. You need to convince me there is a God. Yeah, that's pretty much my position in most religious debates. That's why I tend not to do them, because they get boring. Because I'm just like, no, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Can you prove that? No. Faith? No. So yeah, that's why I don't love it. All right, I'm back. And
it's required that
it is you are. I've restated this shit 4 times. You said that my definition of justice is not in line with Christian ethics. I am now asking you, based on what you're saying.
I'm saying that
Andrew, stop.
Bro,
what
do you want the answer
saying,
or not?
What you are saying is that if your premise is now Austin's definition of Christian ethic or definition of justice is not in line with Christian ethics, while claiming yourself to be a Christian, I am now simply asking you to define within your lens of what you call Christian ethics. What are you defining as justice? You claiming that it is irrelevant does not.
All right, let's let him answer the question. Andrew, do you deny that? Do you deny that you are?
All I need.
So if I'm Jake here, I'd be like, okay, well, Andrew, why don't you just answer the question? Let's see how this plays out. I don't know how Andrew would take that. I don't know, but it would be. I mean, from Jake's point of view, like, this is his channel, this is his content. Like, all right, well, we need something to happen here. So I feel like I'd be like, well, why don't you just answer the question and see where it's going? I understand you don't have to. But I think it would be better for the conversation if you just humor him, if you just play along. And I don't think you're really that scared that he's going to mock you in this debate. So, give a little, get a little. Colonel was taught melon is to be eaten alone. Otherwise, the accoutrement trap in the gut. Accoutrements trap in the gut, so it ferments. Interesting. I have not heard that. I'm not a big watermelon person. I mean, like I don't hate it. Just not really my thing. FBA, something black activist, federal. I don't know. What does that mean?
Answering the question.
Andrew, do you deny that? Do you deny that you are saying that his definition of justice is not in line with Christian ethics?
All I need to do to negate the claim is justice is giving what is due is a Christian principle. I would never have to give a counterclaim of what I consider justice to be. So it would be irrelevant to your proposition.
Don't we all love the heavies?
Your premise. You want me to defend your premise or
No,
come up
I
with
do
something.
not.
Stop, bro. Stop. My turn. Or come up with some sort of counter syllogism for you.
I don't give a damn
Now,
about a
just hang
counter-syllogism.
on,
I'm asking
dude.
you
Just
for a
let me
definition
finish. Can I
that
at
you're
least
refusing
finish?
to define.
Can I finish the point? Right?
Can you answer the question?
Foundation Black American. Legitimate from U.S. slavery, 40 acres and MU stuff. I don't know. He hasn't put that forth, and this is the first time I'm seeing him, so I have no idea. Foundational. Gotcha.
Question?
Yeah, I don't have to ever give you a definition of justice for your syllogism, bro. What do you want me to say? Do you know logic? Can you tell me the 3 laws of logic, dude? Just tell me the 3 laws of logic.
Andrew, I am going to restate this one final time.
Why? Why are you doing that? Has that worked in the last time that you restated it?
Because
Please
what
do.
you are doing is muddying the waters, and I'm going to recenter this debate for the last.
And so then again, if I was Andrew, okay, how am I muddying the waters? Because I know that I'm not muddying the waters. So let's go down and give him more row to be wrong yet again.
Last time, and if you simply refuse to do this, if you
I'm
simply
gonna
refuse to
leave.
answer the question,
Then you're going to run
I'm
away and not defend your syllogism.
I'm not going to run away. Andrew, you are nobody to run away from, son. What I'm telling you is,
Mhm.
you are calling yourself a Christian. We have established that we both, based on what we've stated, view the world through a Christian-based lens.
Yeah.
You are now claiming, so we've set a baseline, we've set a conversational foundation.
Yeah.
Well, it has as much soul as a human ginger, so
You are claiming that the definition of justice that I provided is not in line with biblical Christian ethics, while
Yeah.
yourself holding the same foundational worldview.
Mhm.
So I'm simply asking you to define in your worldview, what are you saying is justice? That way we can have a clear we can determine if
Mhm.
we have a clear operating baseline of what justice is. and
Yeah,
what it
but
means to.
the problem with this is that when you say justice, you gave me a principle. The principle is giving what is due. That's your definition of justice. I can deny and denote that the principle does not align with Christian ethics without ever needing to give you some definition of justice. It's irrelevant.
That doesn't make any sense.
Okay,
That
tell
would
me how.
only-
it doesn't make any sense to you because you're dumb.
Doesn't make
hold
sense.
If you were not claiming yourself to be a Christian, because what you're claiming
What?
what you're doing is claiming a sort of mental, not even mental. You're claiming a form of definitional superiority by saying that my definition is not in line with Christian ethics, while refusing at the very same time
Not
to
the
provide what
definition,
you
I'm
would claim
talking
is a
about the
better
principle.
definition.
What?
Yeah, I'm talking about the principle. You assigned a principle to justice as the entirety of the word justice. I'm willing to cede that that is your principle. Justice is giving what is due. But what I'm doing is applying justice
Well, you got casinos, all right? You got your casinos already.
is giving what is due to Christian ethics, and I'm finding that I don't see that principle anywhere.
And you're refusing to identify how you don't see the principle.
Because
All right,
you're
I
not
think we
providing
probably
examples
should
of
we
it.
probably should move the
Even
debate
no
on,
examples
guys.
of it. What do you want me
Let's
to
let's
say?
let's move
What do you
let's
want me
move the
to say?
debate on, guys. Let's just
I think they were probably meant to say definitionally, but you know. But as I said, does it make sense? X equals Y, but won't define Y. How can he say X equals Y if he can't define Y?
move the debate on. There's a few different angles that we could take it. We could take it from the how did these systemic injustices occur? Is it culture? What plays more of a part in that? Andrew, you made those claims in your opening statement. We can go down that line. We can go down what is systemic racism. Does systemic racism still exist today? Where would you guys like to take it? Because this definition stuff's getting a bit long.
What was it? What you said? The systemic racism still exists today? No, I don't think. I don't believe, and I said that in my opening statement. All things are not due to systemic racism, and today.
But there is systemic racism. Okay, what is the systemic racism?
Racism in America is largely, I would argue, on its deathbed. There are the lasting vestiges of systemic racism are too small. The ones that do exist, they're too small to negate any sort of legitimate mobile upward movement for Black Americans. So I wouldn't have a line of thought there, a line of disagreement.
So
All
it's
right.
not, there's no, so currently in modernity, you're saying you don't believe that systemic racism is much of a thing.
I don't believe that it is as much of a upward mobile.
Why can't
deterrent
you
as
just
it
say
was
yes or no, bro? Oh my God. So you don't think if it's much of a thing? Yes, it's not much of a thing, or no, it definitely is a thing. Just answer the fucking question.
I don't believe that it is as much of a upward mobile deterrent as it was in the 60s and prior under the Jim Crow era. No.
Okay, so then would you agree with me when I'm expressing the cultural deficiencies, and the cultural deficiencies being primarily the result for why many Black Americans currently find themselves unsuccessful?
You could argue
Not
that
due
that is
to,
Fatigue.
not due to systemic racism, but due to cultural filters which are self-imposed.
you could argue that,
AKA ghetto shit.
yes, today largely a lot of those issues are culturally imposed, but the origin of those, which we discussed in the opening of this debate, is the root issue of that. There's always been a high net positive correlation between poverty and criminality, which is what we discussed earlier. But today, Black culture has become,
But
and
that
this
doesn't account for the disproportionality.
I'm sorry.
It doesn't account for the disproportionality.
What doesn't account for the disproportionality?
Poverty.
It's poverty's fault. Arrest poverty. Arrest poverty.
No, it doesn't. Not individually, but poverty compounded with the exclusionary practices practiced by the government, put into
Such as?
place by the government.
Such as?
I've said quite often that.
And what would explain the disproportionality absent the systemic racism now?
I'm sorry?
Then what would explain the disproportionality if there's no systemic racism now, but you still see disproportional amounts of criminality?
Because
Right. So you're saying if we are agreeing that there was systemic racism and now there's not at least a meaningful amount of systemic racism, then why do we see all the Black fatigue?
Bad habits that kept them going. I mean, that's the answer. This is where I lean heavily into conservatism. I mean, into my conservatism.
So it's self-imposed.
Now it's self-imposed. Yeah, I've said that plenty of times.
Okay, so if it's self-imposed due to culture, not due to systemic racism, there's a disproportionality.
I can promise you that's not true. He absolutely does speak English.
Is that justice to the culture which is subsidizing the culture which refuses to be successful?
Who's subsidizing Black culture? Are you saying that white America is subsidizing Black culture?
No, I'm saying that the
America in general, not just the whites. Us brownies are helping you out too.
American government, which you're holding to these sins, is subsidizing Black culture.
The American government is subsidized. Let me make sure I'm understanding what you're saying. You're saying that
You're not. I'm going to guess that you're not properly understanding.
today the American government is currently subsidizing Black culture.
Yes.
Through what metrics?
We could look at,
And that's that's a smart thing. And if Austin was to talk about these types of foundational aspects that follow the generation. So like, if you're saying my boss hires people he knows first, well, then knowing your boss is a quote unquote privilege. Not in the way that they would, but it's better if you want that job to know the boss than to not know the boss. But that makes sense. That's not evil. That's not wrong, because the boss's responsibility is to the company. Just that simple. But then, you're oppressing me. oppressing me because you won't hire me, even though other people are just as qualified and you know who they are.
At multiple metrics. The first would be DEI. That would be a good metric to look at for subsidization. Another one is that the government
How is that when
spends.
white women also made up? Wait a minute, hold on. Black people, wait a
Let me
minute.
give you the list real quick so that you
Well,
have.
hold on, but let's start with DEI for a second because
Okay.
only 3% of black people made up. Black people only made up 3% of all DEI hires. Andrew, the largest benefactor of DEI has been
Women, probably,
proven to
right?
be white women, so that's a lie.
Okay, still bad.
So let's back up real quick.
No,
What
Good catch, Austin. Good catch, Austin. Because Andrew, let's back up a little bit. That means that he's not comfortable with where the conversation is. And so that's a signal that, well, this is where I want to be because you don't want to be here.
that's a lie.
So let's back up real quick.
No,
What about
address that point
let's,
first.
Yeah, let's start with per capita.
Well, I would say that this is not it's not a racial privilege. It just so happens that he knows more white people than he does black people. If it was the case that, you know, your boss worked in a black area, we could assume, I mean, you know your boss a lot better than I do, but if we're just talking about a random boss who is hiring people that they know, there's no reason to believe that if that person knew more black people than, or more women or whoever, then they would hire more of those people. So it's not a racial privilege. It's just a correlation with race. It's a personal privilege. I just know this person, and that helps me out. There's no racial aspect to it at all. Dave said, I'm multiracial, but I'm not butthurt that racists exist. I totally get it. In some cases, blacks, says Behave, are so obsessed with the white boogeyman under their bed, they see, was this a fucking, I see dead people. I see white people. This said systemic racism is not an intentional malicious racism. It just means one group is still privileged by the nature of race. Okay, fair. He knows more white people than black people. That's all white people. Right, but I'm saying that that's not I'm saying that's incidental. He's not hiring the white people because they're white. He's hiring them because he knows them. They just happen to be white. That's what I'm saying. Hey, we got Sweet Tooth in the building. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. Guys, remember, we are $13 away from the goal. Let's get Morty's peanut butter.
Let's back up real quick.
No,
What about
address that point
let's,
first.
Yeah, let's start with per capita. Do you agree with me that there's way more white women than there are black women?
Yes, but that
So then it makes more sense that more white women would get jobs than black anything.
does not, again.
So why don't we?
overall-
So
wait
can
a
you
minute,
tell
wait
me
a
what
minute,
the numbers
Andrew.
are
Let me
per
answer that in
capita?
full. Let me answer that in full.
Okay.
Based on
So, Bedez is saying he's hiring them because he knows them and they just happen to be white. That's systemic racism. Disagree. That is not racism. It is the absence of racism, in my opinion. Racism is an active desire to separate people or hurt people or help people based on race. That is not, I mean, unless you are saying that your boss is explicitly trying to only hire white people, then that is a different thing than saying, he hires the people that he knows. What are you saying? Premise A, whites run most things. Premise B, whites more likely to know and hire whites. A plus B equals systematic racism. Nope. Because we have per capita. There are more white people than there are black people. Significantly more white people. So the fact that you know more white people has nothing to do with racism. I mean, but racism is racism a form of racism, or it is not a form of racism? Let's start there. Is systemic racism a form of racism, or is it a completely different thing than racism? Hey, shout out to our boy, Big Daddy Pine. Thank you so very, very much. Let's give him a fucking prick for the big 20. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And of course, you guys know what that means. Not only do we have a new sponsor of the stream, I don't even have to get up for this, but it is peanut butter time! I left a little extra on the bottom than I usually do. He's ready. So I usually, I could get one more scoop out of that for a protein shake. But now he's gonna lick down to here, and then I'll be able to scoop some, put it around for the next 4 days. He's gonna be having fun. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very much. And you know that means we've got stuff to do. But wait, there's more. Bucks again with a big 20. Oh my goodness. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. Did I read this? Feeding the old man. Done. Thank you so very, very much. And Box said, what's it? Whites are the majority globally. We the minority. People turning more brown, not more white. It is what it is. There you go. You just got to deal with it. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of Thomas. Did you drop it? Oh, I was like, where is it? It's right here, Bubba. He's confused by this. There we go. Getting her. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, let's see where we're at. So we had 40. There's 130. 7. We have 40. 92. Oh my goodness. I think Ross is our sponsor, right? 20. No, we got triple. Oh, no. Wait. We got a new sponsor of the stream. Eked it out by the $2. Thank you. So very, very much. Shout out. Let me finish this up. I get that. And then that. Oh. Man. Hell yeah! Thank you. That brings us up to 130 points out of the 250 for movie night. That's 7 out of 15, and doesn't matter because 92. That means the goal has been met. We got push-ups to do. Oh my goodness! Again! Oh my goodness! Out sponsoring himself. Morty knows. There you go. Make sure he's got water. Thank you. So very, very much. If you got a membership, please tell Box thank you, because in 23 minutes, we are going to members only chat. Just the chat, you'll still be able to watch. But if you want to chat, you will have to be a member. We will keep the Rumble stream open if you want to go over there. But of course, that's not going to be in there. But guys, thank you so very, very much. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate you guys coming through for me. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. What did I miss here? My goodness. Majority privilege isn't racism. That's what I wanted from Podesta. Is systemic racism a version of racism, or is it a different thing than racism? It means if I'm black and in the system, I will have a harder time than if I'm white and in the system. It does not require anyone to actively hate blacks for that to be the case. Okay, I agree there. But the example that you gave is not an example of that. Somebody, an individual is not a system. An individual person saying, I'm going to hire people that I like, that's not a system. Behave said, Asians in America do better than whites. Yeah. Nobody cares. White people are for some reason bad and hurting brown and blacks. I think everyone is crazy. Leave white people alone. Fair enough. Fair enough. I think we might have to do that. I think we might have to do it. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. All right, let's dive back in here. My goodness. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Don't forget, guys, you can still add push-ups. We are at, 46 push-ups? I can do math, right? You can still add them. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And, of course, all treats still come with a treat for Morty. We got Olivia. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Let's fucking do it. Oh,
One more.
So
Wait
can
a
you
minute.
tell
Wait
me
a
what
minute.
the numbers
Andrew.
are
Let me
per
answer that in
capita?
full. Let me answer that in full.
Okay.
Based on multiple studies that have been released by the U.S. Department of Labor and multiple studies that have been conducted for DEI, the largest benefactor of all DEI platforms or programs was white women.
And per capita? Which is
the same word that he didn't know before. And like, maybe if I just repeat my argument, he'll have a different question.
the number that actually matters.
Are you saying that per capita and white farmers too?
I'll leave
yes,
this here.
as well. White women and white farmers. Yeah. Per capita, I don't have those numbers right in front of me, but I'm
Okay, but you understand the concept, so you don't need to know the exact number of the population of whites and blacks to understand that people are going to be treated differently based on, not treated differently, but you're going to see different numbers in groups based on how many of them there are.
I mean, that's a simple Google search. I mean, it's not like we're not sitting right in front of our computers.
Yeah, so then look it up.
So you're saying is per capita, who's the largest benefactor of DEI?
Yeah.
Who do you think? Put it in the chat. Who do you think? Put it in the chat. Don't look it up. Take your best guess. Who do you think?
Okay, so per capita, who's the largest benefactor of DEI programs?
Per capita, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
White women, veterans, people with
Just
disabilities, and various racial and ethnic minority groups, depending on the program.
And what programs?
It's varied. It varies. There's no universally accepted national ranking across all DEI programs, but the evidence
Okay, well, then you can't make the argument that, it's white women more than the others.
from employment and educational affirmative action suggests that white women have often been among the largest beneficiaries of diversity and affirmative action policies per capita.
And now what about black women versus black men?
But that's race internal. That doesn't matter.
Why does that not matter?
Because we're looking at what we're looking at. You said that the government subsidized black people,
Mm-hmm.
but what we just looked up proved that the largest benefactor, even per capita, is still white women. So now what you're asking is another question.
I actually I'm actually not sure on the per capita. I'm not finding the actual per capita answer. What you gave me seems to line up specifically with the.
Well, the thing is, Podesta, that we are. I'll speak for myself. I don't accept your definition in the same way that Austin is trying to say, we need harm and justice. Andrew's not accepting that those are those line up in his argument, and so. In the same way, I'm not saying that the things that you are attributing to be systemic racism don't exist. I'm saying I don't think those things are racism, which is why I asked you the question if systemic racism is a separate thing than racism or is a subset of racism. Shout out to Let the Water Kai. Welcome to the party. Said, yes, affirmative action was co-opted to benefit everyone more than black men. Well, I don't know about, yeah, I mean, all the white women, really all the women, really. But this is exactly the point, that it's not a solution. Even if the idea behind it is what you like, it's not a solution. Behave. So let's be honest. Blacks only care about blacks. If a white kills a black, says Behave, or a black kills a white, and they want him to not go to prison for it. I wouldn't say that about all black people, but we have certainly seen an absurd and disgusting amount of that from the black community. Oh, wait. Gotta keep vague. All right, Diamondback.
The actual per capita answer. What you gave me seems to line up specifically with the proportionality, or specifically when you say the most amount of DEI hires are white women. I can concede that that's true.
Is this to me? I'm not. I'm asking you your definition. I'm asking you, is systemic racism a subset of racism, or is it a different thing? It's an either or. Either, so I'll give you A, it's a subset of racism, or B, it's not a subset of racism. It's a different thing. Is it A or is it B?
Most amount of DEI hires are white women. I can concede that that's true, but I actually can't find the per capita.
Was not an all-white jury. It just didn't have any black people because they were saying, oh, I'm definitely sending him to jail. Or, oh, I'm definitely not sending him to jail. You can't do that regardless of race if you want to be on a jury.
Proportionality.
There's no universally accepted number, Andrew. I just quoted.
Okay, so fair. If you think it's a different thing, then I just reject. I mean, it's a point of agree to disagree. I don't know how you could say that systemic racism is different than racism. The idea that people are treated differently or unfairly, or even better, than other people based on their race is racism. And if a system is doing that, that is a subset of racism. So we just have it's just agree to disagree. That's fine if you believe that. I believe something different.
Yeah, so
I didn't make that up.
Keep going small.
That's the problem, right? It's like black women are only 6% of the population, 7% of the population. So you would expect that white women would be the ones who would get the most amount of DEI hires.
Andrew,
yeah, I now understand that's what your point is, and I just don't agree that is a thing. I don't believe that if you take that definition of it, that it applies to anything. It has to be a subset of the word racism in order for it to make sense. So it's fine if you don't think that. I just disagree. We don't have to go back and forth and forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. You think that. I think this. We could move on and be friends, or you can hate me forever. I don't know.
Again.
My goodness. Let's give him that. Yeah. He ain't gonna know what to do with it. Here. Oh, look at his nose. Can you see his nose? He's got peanut butter all over his nose. Oh, thank you. So very, very much. Box with the $2 said, what if Chud the Builder gets an all-black jury? Good luck. But again, I don't know how many people are. I mean, that's a whole other thing about how many people are on his side and the race and that whole thing. But I mean, there's what is it called? Voir dire, something like that. It's Latin for the picking of the jury. There's that whole process for a reason, and both sides get to say, nope, you're out of here. That's it. Shout out again. Agree with B. Said A. Well, there's nothing more annoying than a white woman telling me why I should be upset about something. Did they say other things than that? Jokes. What they said it is missing components that delineate racism. I don't know how to say it. Dear? I don't know. It's that, but yes, that. But can you elaborate on this? What is missing components that you're saying? Systemic racism, and what components then? What do we? Yeah, fill me in. Take you pretty far. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. He knows. Thank you, Box, with the $2 making Morty. Holla! Thank you so very, very much. Let me, I already have, but yeah, I was on Confluence with her, and I think I was on one of the Raging Tomato panels where they were there as well. But welcome to the party, a lifetime. I said the addition of the idea of superiority. Okay. You're saying systemic racism is missing. Systemic racism is missing the addition of the idea of superiority and inferiority. Okay, I don't disagree with that. So I can easily say it's discrimination. I couldn't call it racism. See, again, I don't think that it seems like both of you are using racism as something that is active, but you can be passively. I mean, what was the whole thing about dog whistles and microaggressions? So racism itself already doesn't need. What did you say here? Racism already doesn't need the idea of superiority and inferiority. At its face, it just has to do with injustice. And so, yeah, I think the word racism is so loaded that people reject the term systemic racism since it isn't actually racism. Well, I mean, that's semantics, so maybe use better terms then. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's dive back in here. Yeah, I think the problem is that racism is sometimes confused with people being an asshole who happens to be a certain race. I think that might be coming in here, but I do think that it's just two completely different definitions of what falls under the category of racism. I'm actually surprised that we would say that you could be treated lesser than because of your race, but because nobody's actively doing it on purpose, it's a different thing. I don't think that way. And so, I don't know what to tell you. All right, let's dive back in.
That white women would be the ones who would get the most amount of DEI hires.
Andrew,
how is it terrible?
Because you're literally now running from acknowledging that what you said was not logically consistent.
How is it not logically consistent?
You said the U.S. government subsidizes black folks, when if that's true, nationally speaking, they should still outperform white people in DEI programs, and they don't.
They do.
Okay. Under what source, Andrew? Provide the source, because now you're making the positive claim. So where's your claim?
So it's
shout out again to Box and all. Box is our sponsor, but all of you, thank you so very, very much. Oh, we're not at 1490. We are at 149 out of 250. We are 8 out of 15 and 110. Oh my goodness, 55 push-ups for this little baby little boy. I don't know if I'll make it. Thank you so very, very much.
What source, Andrew? Provide the source, because now you're making the positive claim. So where's your claim?
So it's not just DEI when you're talking about subsidies, which is why you cut me off before I could give you my list. So when we're talking about subsidization for black people, we'd also be taking into it.
All right, I don't want to keep going round and round about this. Not like I'm not pissed off at you or anything. I'm just saying we're going back and forth. So I'll just say this: you're saying I think people think racism is very derogative and active, and no one wants to think that exists. But when they use systemic racism, they just mean a system where races will get different treatment. So okay, if you are saying that it just means that a system creates differences, then I don't think systemic racism is bad. That's just life. Mystery Man said, "Ask Google. Systemic racism refers to the ingrained societal-level policies, practices, and norms that routinely favor certain racial groups while marginalizing and disadvantaging others." So, Podesta, can you tie this definition back to your boss and how he is systemically racist, or his hiring practices are systemically racist? I'll keep this up for you.
Before I could give you my list.
I gotta pee.
So when we're talking about subsidization for Black people, we'd also be taking into account school. We would be taking into account direct payments when it came to welfare, when it came to all
the largest recipients of welfare are white people.
Let's do per capita. Let's do per capita.
Let's do per capita. Per capita, who is the largest recipient of welfare payments between Black Americans and white Americans, or Black Americans and all Americans? Which one you want?
Either.
Let's do both.
Both. Sure.
There you go. But again, like you really need to ask ChatGPT.
If you're asking total dollars received per capita, white Americans receive the largest amount of welfare benefits because
we're not talking about total dollars.
Stop.
We're talking about total people.
I'm answering the question, Andrew.
No, ChatGPT is answering the question.
Historically,
ChatGPT is answering the question. So, one of the norms is how my boss hires people of his own circles, which are mostly white. This is pretty normal process in society, and while whites run most of the business, this creates systemic racism. And so, again, like then if that's your definition, that well, it just so happened that not everybody is equal, then I have absolutely no problem with systemic racism.
Black Americans have had higher participation than white Americans in programs such as SNAP. SNAP, which is food assistance, TANF, which is cash assistance and Medicaid. White Americans, because of their larger population, often receive the largest total amount of benefits still across many programs. When you include programs also heavily used by the elderly, such as Social Security and Medicare, white Americans per capita receive the largest share of total benefits because they still do make up a larger share of the older population. So
Black people per capita receive more SNAP benefits.
Andrew, are you listening?
Yeah, no, I'm not saying you made this up. I'm saying if that's if that's how you are defining it, or how it is defined. Is that fair? If that's how it is defined, that there are systems where not everybody is going to be equal, then I don't have a problem with that, because the other option is communism.
Read the part.
It's still white people.
No, it's not.
I just read it to you.
Read it again, because you don't understand what you just read. Read it again.
I'm not reading it again. You don't understand. You obviously didn't listen. You obviously your ears ain't working. So
yeah. So here,
all right, let's get it from the other side now. Go
on. On a per capita basis, Black Americans participate in means-tested welfare programs such as SNAP, food assistance, TANF, Medicaid at higher rates than white Americans. Now, let me read that for you again, sir. On a per capita basis, Black Americans participate in means-tested welfare programs such as SNAP, food stamps, TANF, and Medicaid at higher rates than white Americans. What are you confused about? Anything?
Not confused about anything.
Confused, sir?
Well, I'm not confused about anything, brother.
Then what the fuck is your argument? What the fuck is your argument, bro? Look how cute he is. Thank you so much, guys. I love him.
But what I'm trying to get you to see is that even what you're saying. Wait a minute. That's still so. Wait a minute. So you're saying that welfare is a form of a government is a government subsidy, and is that a form of reparations to you?
It's a subsidization.
That's not what I asked you.
Yeah. So if
this is interesting, because the answer here is either going to blow the door wide open as to what reparations actually are, or he's going to be talking about this specific thing that doesn't fit into the category. Interesting.
Reparations to you?
So yeah, it's
is a government subsidy, and is that a form of reparations to you?
It's a subsidization.
So he tries to do that, and Austin catches it.
That's what I asked you.
Yeah. So if we're tying it back to my earlier argument, I'm saying that if it's the case that the government is subsidizing Black people at a higher rate, then what's happening is the government has no money. They're taking money from one group and giving it to another. So how this works in real...
taking money from you act like Black people don't pay taxes. So
I think we can agree on that.
What are you talking about?
I'm trying to explain to you how this works in real time.
Okay. Who are the people that need paying? exactly.
So if it's the case you're going to vote for somebody, you only vote based on generally 2 criteria. It's either I'm going to take less from you, or
Well, I'd rather. I mean, we see that Black communities are overrepresented when we talk about class and socioeconomic class. So I'd rather focus on the class rather than your skin color. I have no desire to raise up Black communities. I have the desire to raise up American communities. If there are poor American communities, whether they are white, Black, Indian, Chinese, whatever, that is what I want. And as you say, we don't need communism to go there. It's the identity politics, the using your starting point, or rather using race as your starting point, or using your gender as your starting point. That is the issue. That is the core of the issue.
or I'm going to give something to you from somebody else because the government has no resources. You're the resource. You are born with a social security number, and your social security number is what the government bets against before it begins to incur debt, things like this, because they're betting that you're going to pay X amount of taxation. So that's literally how the system works in
So you're saying
perpetuity.
that a system that black people pay into, because black people are taxpayers just like everyone else, and the large funding for welfare comes from the American taxpayer. You're saying that that essentially black people subsidize themselves when you break it down. That's what.
No, they're not subsidizing themselves. They're being subsidized by a different group of the population because the government itself can't offer any subsidies. They're only offering money from one group to another. So when you think about it, the government's not the one providing reparations or even the subsidization.
People.
It's white Americans and other general working class Americans who are
right. And see, even there, he's going to bring it back to race, and it's like that doesn't fit because there's a shit ton of poor white people, whether you're talking about per capita or not. It's a class issue. Talk about muddying the waters, making it about identity, making it about race, making it about gender, making it about your height, making it about any of those things other than your merit is the problem.
Providing that subsidization for blacks. So I feel like based on your argument, if that's the case and justice requires giving what is due, then Black America should give back to the group which is being taken from, which subsidizes.
Hey, yo, wait, are we that? Are we getting reparations now? Shout out to Jeb Pearson. Welcome. So reparation equals from everyone paying taxes to a few based on their ability to turn genetics into a grift. Agreed.
Telling me the black Americans
welcome.
should give back to white Americans.
Mm-hmm. If we want to follow your ideals of justice, yes.
That's not my ideal of justice. So my ideal of justice is a black.
So you can see that this is why he needed to spend so much time getting the, playing the semantics game about justice and harm and all these things, because now that he fully understands Austin's position. What? You want to come over here? You don't want to come over here. I know you don't want to come over here. Come here. Oh, you okay? What, did you fall? Come here. It's okay. I'm not going to throw you anywhere. You're good. There you go. You all right? Okay. You're going crazy in your old age, man. Just chill out. Fucking crazy guy. You couldn't even see him. He was bugging. Where are we at here? We at, yeah. In Minnesota, we don't have the DNC. We have the DFL, the Democrat Farmer Laborer. Dems used to be for the laborer, not so much anymore. Yep. Got him.
If we want to follow your ideals of justice, yes.
That's not my ideal of justice. So my ideal of justice is that black Americans shouldn't have to, based on what you're saying, for at least the next 60 years, black Americans should have to get white Americans shit. Because black Americans were systematically subjugated from wealth creation by a white government that was in power that kept us from owning homes or wealth generation.
But I thought you just said that I'm not responsible for that, and you're not responsible for that.
I said the government. I didn't say you, son.
Yeah, great, but...
Right, but who is going to pay? Who is being punished? If you punish the American government by making it give you money, you're just taking that money from other people who did not own slaves. Hey, shout out to Jeb with the big 5, and no question, no comment, just pure love of the puppy. Thank you. So very, very much. Added more. push-ups to the end of the stream. How much time we got? Oh, guys, it is time to go to the members only chat. We're going to do that. We're going to do that. And we'll keep the same thing there. Boom, boom, boom. New goal in there. Thank you so very, very much. Of course, we have hit the goal for the stream already, but you know, you guys do what you want to do. So if you are on Twitch, we are killing the Twitch stream. See you next time. Twitch is gone. So remember, guys, if you are not a member, you'll still be able to watch. Just only the chat that's going to members only. And also, we have the Rumble stream that I will put in the chat there. So you'll still be able to chat. It's not going to be on screen, but you know, same thing. And of course, those super chats will come through. Thank you so very, very much, guys. It's time for the after party. We're going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And members only. Big shout out to all of the disciples. Let's party on. And so that goal is more or less just a timer. But you know, as always, the donos will always keep the party raging, like our boy Trey. Welcome to the party. He's like, give me them reparations. Oh, he's getting full now. Thank you. Welcome to the party. Well, get them to sign up. It's only $2.90. It's only $2.99 a month, guys. We do this every single stream live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and every single time we have a members only after party. Here's the other thing that we're gonna do. I want to make sure. Okay, so I have just joined the Let Us Speak voice channel in Discord. A new part of the after party is that you can be in the room and we'll be able to hear you. And so if you're in the Discord, you'll see Let Us Speak where I am. If you want to pop in and you have a commentary, if you have something, just come on in and say what you want to say. So if it, if we're more focused on the, if we're more focused on the video, then, we'll do that. But if a conversation gets going, then it's up to you guys. All right. After party time. Let's go.
I'm not responsible for that, and you're not responsible for that.
I said the government. I didn't say you, son.
Yeah, great. But right now, there is a responsibility for the people who are alive for injustices which are happening. And if justice is giving to a person what is due them, then what is due to whites
what definition of justice
from
are
the
you
black
using,
community?
Andrew?
Yours.
Well, now I'm going to ask you what definition.
Shout out to Mad Puppet. Welcome.
I'm using yours.
We got Blueberry Street as well. Welcome to the party, guys. What is going on? Nothing. All right. Well, we, of course, have our sponsor of the after party, Trey Williams. Thank you. So very, very much. So be aware. So let me.
Good evening.
What?
Hello.
I just caught the last of the lives. You're
The last
promoting.
I can hear. There's a problem here. I can hear everybody in the Discord. Now I can't hear the stream.
Oh, well,
I know.
you got to keep them both open. You got to keep them both
But there's
open.
like a delay. There's a lag.
Well, I don't know. We're working on it. I'm trying to figure it out. But here we are. Oh my goodness! Again, Box with the big 5. Thank you. So very much. Welcome, Box. I'm reading your super chat right now with the $5. Said, can I get a 20-year YouTube birthday shout out on June 24th, 2006. My goodness. Thank you. So very, very much. So, all right. I'm not exactly sure how this is all going to work. So we'll do our best. if it's not what it's supposed to be, I have another idea. But for now, we're just gonna work with this. So let's see what happens. After party time. Let's go.
What
From
definition of justice
from
are
the
you
black
using,
community,
Andrew?
yours.
Well, now I'm going to ask you what definition of
Yours.
justice
I'm
are you
using
using?
yours. Your
No, you're
your
not.
definition is justice requires. for us to-
How is anything due to white Americans when they've had an economic
I'm
advantage
trying
in
to
this country
explain
for
it to
much
you.
longer
I'm
than
going
black
to-
Oh yeah, guys, double points for the movie goal in the after party. $5. That means 10 more
to
points.
explain it to you, right? Whether
No,
whether or
stop.
not.
Black
No,
America.
I can't explain it to you. No, okay.
No. Who has had an economic advantage in this country for a longer period of time? White or black Americans?
Why are your
White
guys' mics
All
so
right. Then.
quiet
So what
when you're
you're
not
saying
muted?
literally makes no.
You can,
Rock snaps up.
I tried to turn my stuff down. I was getting a little bit of feedback there.
yeah, you can turn each other if you left click or
Are we
if
on
you're
the
on your phone.
stream?
Yeah, everybody can hear you.
Okay,
We're on the
okay,
stream,
all
but
right.
we're delayed by
I
like
had to turn the
couple
stream down
seconds.
there because I was getting a little bit of feedback.
All
Oh,
right,
we're
so-
in the live stream.
Can we all?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can all yell at each other.
yeah.
Hey,
if you
that's
got
cool.
something to
We're
say,
on YouTube, so it's still censored. We're not Rumble.
no, we're still on YouTube. So,
So
oh,
this
God damn
day,
it.
20 years ago, I was in Minot, North Dakota, right outside the air base, and I was doing temporary labor work out of a place called like Ready Work or something. It was a day labor place where like the Mexicans would show up. You go in there, you show up, they'd send you off to a job for the day. They'd basically pay you cash at the end of the day on a card or whatever. Then we all go fucking to the bars and gamble and fucking drink and have a good fucking time. That was basically my life for about a year and a half out there. And this day, 20 years ago, I remember being in my aunt's house, watching the YouTube videos at the time. It was atheism. There was some politics going on. And I was like, oh, hell yeah. This was like a little bit after like Me at the Zoo. You know, Me at the Zoo was like 2 or 3 months earlier. I was like, oh, we're going to do this. And I've been here ever since.
God damn. Yeah, Nicky saying Bog's been here since the Numa kid. God damn, 20 years.
I remember Numa. Yes, absolutely. A fucking fat fucker doing that little pump dance. He's got to be like 50. Numa is like 50. Could you imagine? He's probably looking wrinkly as fuck like the rest of us at this point.
Isn't it weird aging, but like you're not aging in your mind or your heart, but your
Oh,
body's kind of getting older?
I remember
yeah, I'm
working
a
at
child in my
hotel
mind.
at one point in time, and this dude was like,
Okay.
I looked in the mirror
Hold on,
and I
guys,
look
real
older,
quick.
but I don't feel any older. I think that's true for everyone.
Yeah, guys, real quick. It seems like the delay is. I didn't think about the delay. So I have another way to do this. I just got to set it up. So I'm gonna kill the voice channel for now. But the next one, what I'll do for the after party, I'll actually only be in Discord and I'll stream just Discord. That way, everything, right? Let me, yeah. I don't want to fuck everything up now. So I apologize. We tried it. It didn't quite work, but I think the next one will.
You would start the watch party in Discord and then watch
Yeah.
YouTube from Discord.
Yeah.
Well, you can stream in Discord, like your
Right.
channel can actually stream. So then if you watch that stream, it's not delayed.
Right. Yeah. So it'll
It's
be
also
all in
why I
one
muted
place.
myself there for so long.
So
it'll what was going on.
It'll be as
All right,
if
so we're
just
jumping out.
Yeah. I mean, you guys can stay. I'm just gonna deafen it. You guys can stay
I'm
and hang out.
absolutely not. I'm not jumping out of here. No, I'm hanging out here.
Yeah, if you
This
guys
is
wanna
the
hang out.
Discord guys.
You got me here now.
Come on,
Yeah,
yeah,
hang
come
out.
on, guys. You guys can come join the Discord and shit.
It's
To
free.
throw it up onto the stream is definitely going to be an issue there. Like StreamYard would be preferable in my opinion, but
Yeah.
it was fun to ramble to all you and fucking somebody wish me happy birthday for goddamn dude. It's been 20 years.
We all said it. Happy fucking
Might help me
birthday.
go to
Happy
war.
20th.
All right, guys. So yeah, you guys feel free to hang out and do it whatever. Tomorrow or Friday, I'm gonna have it perfect where we can join and everything is gonna be. There will be no delay, so everybody can hear and see. Whether you are in Discord or on YouTube, it's all gonna be the same thing.
Very cool.
Whoopsie.
Cool.
All
We'll
good.
try
We can
next
work
time.
out- We can
with the
barely
party.
work out the kinks.
No, I want to finish watching this video though. Andrew, what is going on? I'm waiting for this to finally fall apart. I've been waiting all night for this conversation to fall apart between Austin and Andrew. It
All
just
right,
has-
well, let's do it then. So I'm
Oh,
deafening you guys. I can't
hell?
hear you, but I love you. You guys hang out and stay there. If you're still there, I might pop in after the stream. Who knows? All right. We try. Actually, I don't even need to be in there, right? We tried, but I didn't think about the delay. But yeah, if I put everything, if everyone goes into Discord and I just put the Discord up there and I'm watching from Discord, then there will be no delay. Well, there'll be a delay between the chat and all of us, but we'll all together be on the same page. So thought it was a good idea. Gotta tweak it a little bit. All right. Let's do this. Let's do it.
White or black Americans?
White Americans.
All right.
Wait, what was it?
I
No,
can't
no,
explain
no,
it
no.
to you.
No.
Okay.
No. Who has had an economic advantage in this country for a longer period of time? White or black Americans?
White Americans.
All right then. So what you're saying literally makes no fucking sense.
It does. It
It
makes
does
perfect sense. If it's the case that there is no current systemic racism by your own admission, which is keeping down the black man, but rather social habits, which are imperfect when it comes to society, and so society doesn't want to deal with them based on those social habits, then it would be the case that right now I'm simply being punished for the bad social habits of other people, and you're disproportionately taking wealth from me to give it to those people, which would confine with
Andrew,
your idea.
no one
Stop,
is
bro. Let me make the
disproportionately
argument. Let me
No
make
one
the
Yeah,
is
let's hear the argument. Let's hear the
taking
argument.
You won't even respond to the
Hear the
argument
argument
because you won't even
before.
let me say it. So again, your
He's
argument
scared.
of justice, right? Justice requires restitution. That's your exact premise. Okay. And then when we talk about what that is, what is justice? It's giving what is due. So here's what is due. What is due if it's the case that it's not systemic racism or biases which are causing blacks to have this situation in modernity, but rather bad social habits, which you agree to, then it would have to be the case necessarily that they're disproportionately taking from me, which means I'm due some justice. I'm due justice, bro.
The bad social habits that black people have more directly impact us race internally than they impact white Americans. So what are black people taking from white America, Andrew?
They're
Money.
disproportionately taking money from the taxpayer in order to
They
give it
all
to their
pay
social
taxes.
group.
What are you talking about?
But they are
Black
Yes, so do the people that don't get a SNAP and EBT.
people pay
disproportionate.
taxes the same as white
But they
Americans. So what you're saying
receive
doesn't
this-
make any sense.
They're
It doesn't even
receiving
logically follow.
disproportionate.
We all give $5 for dinner, but only the black people get that $5 back because that's fair.
They're receiving disproportionately. So give me what is
That's
due
not
because that is
true.
what's just.
That's not what's just.
I
That is
literally
that is
just
the
go-
great-
here's
that
what's
is the
true.
single stupidest thing
Black
I've ever heard in my life.
Americans participate in means-tested
Andrew,
welfare
Andrew,
programs,
stop. Andrew,
SNAP,
wait a
food
minute,
stamps,
Let him make the argument.
Medicaid, everything at disproportional rates in comparison to white people. White people are also paying more into those systems than black people are. It's disproportional that way as well. Therefore, if
Got
it's the
'em.
case that we're following your code of justice, which is to give what is due, right? And justice demands reparations, then
You're
you
forgetting
need
the
to
first
give-
premise of that
stop,
argument.
then stop, bro. Then
No, you're
black
forgetting the
people
first
would
premise of the
have to correct this injustice by giving to whites what is their due.
I mean, it's silly on its face because it's Austin's logic, but that's the reason that he's wrong because he's talking about the direct correlation over time, over the last how many hundred years, there's been more wealth moved from the non-black population to the black population than the however you want to quantify the issues of slavery. That's his argument. And when you put the scale like that, it's not going to work in your favor.
Andrew, you can't use premise 2 of my argument while neglecting premise 1, which is in this case, did black Americans cause any lasting economic harm for 200 plus years
Maybe not 200 years, but 200 days during the summer.
to white
Summer
America?
love.
Well, the
Yes or no,
time
Andrew?
guy, the time, the
Yes or
no. But
Right. Okay, then. So what you're saying, it doesn't make any sense.
But why would it matter if
Thank
it
you,
was 30
Andrew.
years?
Thank
Why
you.
would it matter if it was 200 or 30 years?
Andrew, you already answered the question. That follow-up does nothing.
Why would it
What-
matter if
Then just answer
it
it.
was
even if
200
it-
or 30
even
years?
if we confine it, even if we go back and confine it to the era of Jim Crow, did black Americans cause any create any legal barrier for full economic participation for white Americans at any point in American history?
Yes.
What legal barrier did Black Americans create that
Well,
prevented white Americans
They're
from
receiving
economic participation?
disproportionate
DEI.
benefits
That is not a
in
legal
comparison to
barrier
what
that
they're
was
giving.
created. Let me restate the question because you
Uh-huh.
might have missed it.
Mhm.
What
Yeah, but I'm talking
legal
about the
barrier
idea
did
of
Black
justice.
Americans? What legal barrier
Mhm.
did Black Americans
That
create?
has no
for
bearing
white
on the argument.
It has a lot of bearing on the argument.
No, it
because
doesn't.
My
If
initial
we-
premise was
if
that the
we
U.S.
look-
government caused
Yeah.
lasting economic.
So Austin, by now, should realize that there's a lot of things that he's going to bring up that Andrew's just going to be like, nope, I'm not addressing that. Nope, I'm not addressing that. And at least force him to articulate why, if he's saying that's irrelevant. Why is that irrelevant?
Harm to Black
Correct.
Americans.
So
So
if
it
you're-
does have a legal
so if
barrier,
we're talking
which
about-
you choose to try to conveniently ignore, but I won't allow you to do it.
Okay, great. Am I allowed to respond now or no? Okay, great.
No, please.
So-
I'm waiting for an actually.
Great. So when we're looking at premise one, USA caused measurable harm. Now you say that means government-backed policy, which was discriminatory towards Black people. How do I know? Because I wrote it down to make sure that we had it clear. If that's the case, then all we have to do for the USA to cause measurable harm to white people is say that the government has backed policy, which was discriminatory towards white people. If it's the case that they're taking more from white people to disproportionately compensate Black people, I consider that said policy discriminatory. And then under your views of justice, which require restitution.
Hence, or not hence, but note that he said under your views of justice. He's not claiming that view of justice. He's saying if that is how you are defining justice, then your argument falls apart.
And justice is giving what is due, it would now be Black priority to give reparations to white people to correct this injustice by your own logic, sir.
No, it would not be.
Yes, it would. I just walked you through your own logical syllogism.
What you're saying, this is.
So then, then Andrew needs to, if Andrew wanted Austin to understand so that the conversation could move forward, which he clearly does not, then he'd say, okay, how is that not the case? What is the issue with what I said?
I mean, this is just fucking hilarious. The reason
so,
that Black
too.
people even have a conversation around reparations the reparations conversation would not exist if the
I thought it didn't exist.
U.S. federal government had not committed acts of measurable economic harm to Black Americans. Let's start with that. Especially if we confine it, because at the start of this debate, I said, well, I wouldn't even address slavery because of the length of time that has elapsed. Black Americans did not dominate the socio-economic and political structure of the country for the same length of time that white Americans did, especially if we're just confining it to the past 60 years or the Jim Crow era, excuse me. And so there's no way that you could make that argument logically consistent because white Americans are the ones.
Yes, I can. I'll show you how.
White Americans are the ones that voted for the very programs that you're talking about. So
and the ones that ended slavery and ended all the Jim. I mean, come on, what are we talking about?
What you're saying is that now they should owe that to themselves, which is, again, is not logically consistent, but that's the net end of the logic you're using.
No, it's not, and I'll explain again. So if we
The
look at
fuck are you
federal
talking
income
about?
taxes specifically, Asian Americans pay the most in federal income taxes per capita. Next is white Americans. They pay the most in per capita. Then Hispanics, and last is Black, which means that Blacks are disproportionately taking more than their fair share of benefits out of the system. If that is the case, then that's a discriminatory policy because you're taking from one group to give to another group, which violates the foundation of the very same principles of the nation you're talking about. So if we follow your syllogism, justice is giving what is due. That's one. And before that, we have the requirement of what justice even is. The U.S. government is the one who determines this, right? The USA caused measurable harm against government, and what measurable harm is government-backed policy, which is discriminatory towards Black people. Okay, I'll just invert it. Discriminatory towards white people. If
Andrew,
this is the case,
no
then
evidence
white
that
people
you could
deserve, whites
There's
and
no
Asians
evidence
deserve
that you could give
reparations.
that the government is discriminatory towards white Americans when white Americans dominate the political power structure of this country.
Okay, really quick, guys. I'm putting up another poll. Do you want? So the option before you answer, keep doing what we're doing. Just means we're gonna roll out with the rest of the timer, watch the debate, and close down the stream after we do the push-ups. The other option is I try to figure out on the fly how to get this and Discord working together. I think I know how to do it, but it could eat up that time. So let me know.
Unless you're going to make the argument that white people are somehow discriminatory against themselves, which would be stupid to say, that doesn't make any logical sense.
How does that not make logical sense? I don't understand.
Because why would what you're saying implies that white America would discriminate against itself?
Yeah, why would the key of justice here be a requirement that even if whites proposed an injustice and blacks were the beneficiary of said injustice, say similar to how Andrew must now pay for the injustice of people that he was not responsible for, why would the racial demographic of that matter in order to promote justice? Justice here being your syllogism.
What you're talking about, that's not justice, Andrew. You're just what
justice
you're doing,
is giving what's due.
What is you haven't identified.
Got him.
What is owed, except to say that because white people spend more money on entitlement programs for Black Americans, which again that's not historically the case. It's not historically provable.
It is historically provable.
Now, unless you're now trying to avoid the per capita argument.
We can't count.
And now focus on national, which is a very slick way of trying to make yourself correct. It does nothing to.
You mean the thing that matters the most, which is per capita? That's how we break down everything.
So now you're saying that per capita Black Americans receive the most, but because white Americans pay the most, white Americans are owed something.
Per capita.
That's not logically consistent.
Yeah, pretty much.
That doesn't make
per capita white Americans.
Per capita is in both.
Pay not the most, the second most. Asians pay the most. So if it's
so, then by your logic, Asians Americans should get reparations from somebody
after we get them from Black people.
Let's go. Let's go.
Then we can pay up whatever the disproportionality was to the poor Asians.
I like it.
That line of logic has to be the stupidest shit.
Yeah, because he's using your definitions, you fucking retard. That is the point. It is your logic that brings us to these ideas. So if you don't like this conclusion, then you don't like your own argument.
I have ever heard.
Well, that's a nice assertion, but not a refutation.
Andrew, I already refuted it. The fact of the matter is you
did it all!
You are literally saying something that falls on its face. There was no point there.
Okay, it's Steel Man.
There is no point in American history where any economic harm was caused to white Americans by Black Americans.
Summer of Love.
I'm giving it a yes for the last.
No, you're not giving anything. You're talking about the amount of money spent on entitlement programs when Black Americans have not even had fully equivalent rights in this country, nor full equivalent economic participation, but since around 1973.
Okay, I was going to say, if you're talking about today, you need to name what rights Black people don't have.
Okay.
So we haven't even had full economic participation for the same length of time as white Americans. So what you're saying doesn't make any sense.
So we can measure at least for 42 years, since I was born in 1984, that for 42 years, it has at least since then been disproportionate that Black Americans have disproportionately taken more out of the system. No, hang on. I'm just talking about our lifetime.
Wait. For 42 years. See now you're confining history. Black Americans have been at an economic disadvantage for 244 years.
Yes, but
now you're talking about
the problem with your logic,
what you're saying doesn't mean anything, Andrew.
It does, because the problem with your logic is you say in modernity, and probably at least since the 80s as well, that blacks have self-imposed limitations. It's not due to anything systemic. So if it's self-imposed limitations,
within the confines of culture, yes.
Do you want me to make the argument or not?
No, because you're not going to change what I'm saying.
No, I don't want you to make the argument because then it might be right.
I'm saying that within the confines of culture, Black Americans have a cultural issue, but the root of the cultural issue can be traced back to decade after decade of systemic injustice visited upon Black Americans by the United States federal government.
And
you want to confine
case,
something to 42 years within the last 244, Black Americans have not had full equivalent economic participation.
Yeah, but they do now, and they have for at least 42 years.
42 years does not negate lasting net negative, desperate impact that lasted for 244, Andrew.
Agreed. So then what is the solution? I'm a little frustrated with Andrew that he feels the need to play hardball like this. We know that he has the rhetorical skill to take on actual arguments and not pigeonhole him in semantic arguments. Like, bring up the idea that this just wouldn't work. How are you going to do that? How are you going to do this? How do we decide who pays? How do we decide who gets paid? What if somebody has ancestry from both sides? On one side they have slave owners in their ancestry, and one side they have slaves. That's the interesting part of this argument. or discussion.
Drew,
Yeah,
and you
but
should
that's
know
what
that as well as I do.
But this is all under governments that I didn't participate in. Therefore, I couldn't be responsible for the justice aspect of this.
Okay, again, you just because I'm not talking about whether or not you participated in it as an individual.
All right, I'm going to see if they get it moving. Otherwise, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit more.
The government of the United States conducted acts of measurable harm against a specific class of people. So the lasting effect of negative policy can be felt generations after the fact.
The problem is, though, is that if
do
it's
you
the
agree
case,
with the statement that a economic action can have lasting generational effects? Yes or no?
Sure.
Okay, then. So you're literally agreeing
that doesn't
with my
help
argument
your
in real time.
it doesn't actually help your argument. I'll explain why.
No,
when you're
it
talking about, I'll even use your very same argument. When you're saying that there's economic impacts which can be felt generationally, this would be the exact same case of the economic impact which is felt generationally from the disproportionate amount of money which is given to Black Americans from me personally.
How much money have you personally given Black Americans, Andrew?
You would cry if you saw how much I paid in taxes. So anyway,
I didn't say pay taxes. You said you just implied that you gave Black Americans money personally. So how much money have you?
How are you not keeping again, even if you disagree, how are you not keeping up that Andrew has already established that welfare subsidies, in his mind, whether you agree or disagree, that is what he is operating on, that is giving money to Black people. You can disagree with that. You can take on that claim. But Austin's not understanding that is, in fact, what Andrew was saying.
Personally contributed to Black Americans.
Well, I'm talking about through the tax system. That's
how
the
much?
basis
No,
of the
I'm
argument.
quoting the words you just used. How much money have you personally given Black Americans?
I don't know. Like through charity, you mean, or?
You said it. Don't know. I'm not defining or saving you from the shit that just came out of your mouth. How much money have you directly given Black Americans?
I'm talking in context of taxation.
Now you're talking in context of taxation.
That's
He's been talking in terms of taxation. That's why we brought up the whole fucking welfare thing.
Please, what? That's the whole context of this. Is
Right.
that's my whole argument.
First it was entitlement
around
programs. Now it's
taxation.
taxation. Okay.
Yeah, my whole argument.
When I said that Black Americans pay taxes the same as white folks, that wasn't.
They don't though.
But now
they
you
don't
get
pay
to,
the same.
you know,
They don't
muddy
pay
the
same.
waters there.
That's just not true though, because they don't. So
they don't.
The thing that's funny here is like when we're talking about the idea of justice, somehow it's unjust for there to be economic impacts which Black people had to deal with for 200 years, but somehow it's okay and just that I will have to deal with the economic impacts of this for 50. It's like,
Andrew,
how are these things?
The parties in this conversation which you're getting to acknowledge.
All you do is filibuster before I can even make the argument. Remember how I'm letting you make your arguments? Just let me do the same thing. So what I'm saying to you is pretty easy. If it's the case that there's lasting economic impacts and that is an unjust, then right now I'm experiencing something which is an injustice by your own metric. And that is that the economic impact of my
though. That's not true.
Yeah, it is. And I'm going to.
Okay, well, then what you presented as an injustice is not an injustice, or it's not merely, and it doesn't fit. He's using your language. You're the one that gave these definitions.
Demonstrated. Right now, it is the case that disproportionately, I'm part of a group which pays way more in taxes and subsidies than it's receiving, as opposed to the group that's taking.
All right, if he doesn't get it, we're going to skip ahead.
So if that's the case, an injustice is being perpetrated against me, and by your own syllogism, justice is due me. Therefore, what should be happening here is justice, which is me getting what's my due.
Which is not the case, meaning your logic, Austin, is wrong.
Should be Blacks not disproportionately taking out of that registrar that's coming in from whites. Simple.
Andrew, that is not the case.
All right, they're just gonna do that over and over and over. So this is where the super chats come in. So let's split the difference. Let's see.
I do have a.
Now you got to go. Before you have
I'm going to stay for the super chats, but for a minute.
If you guys do want to super chats now, then Andrew will go first and you'll go second.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
If you want to move
it closing arguments and super chats. Do we want closing arguments, or we just go to the super chats?
Closing statements, that is. Andrew?
Yeah. Oh, you want me to go first? Oh,
yeah, you go
that's
first.
Fair. That way he gets the last word. So this was bizarre because my debate opponent actually came with a formal syllogism, which is crazy because unless you have those really thought out, like those are really easy to destroy in a debate. I wouldn't do that in the future unless you like start studying philosophy or something. But Essentially, here's how his syllogism went. His syllogism was, did the U.S. government cause measurable harm towards Black people? That was under premise one, government-backed policy, which is discriminatory towards Black people. Did it happen? I can see that this happened. That was never an issue for the concession, only what we considered harm to be, so that, we had that fleshed out. He said that justice required restitution, but that was contrary actually to him claiming that he was a Christian ethicist, because we got to the root core of what Christianity is, which was forgiveness. I asked him if restitution is due forgiveness. He says no. Well, then that's P and not P. So if forgiveness is the ultimate form of justice, then that would be a P and not P proposition. He said,
and so again, saying that the highest good would be forgiveness, but we need a higher good than the highest good, which is reparations. P and not P. Is forgiveness the highest, or is it not the highest?
Justice is giving what is due. That was the main form there. Well, if that's the case, if justice is just giving what is due, then that means that any wrong which is perceived towards me is unjust, and therefore I deserve to have what's due me. So he also says in premise 3, the U.S. government owes restitution, but also negated that claim with premise 2 when he said the government actually determines what restitution is. So if that's the case, and the government has determined it owes no restitution, then his own premises conflict as P and not P again. So that's
right. And again, being if I go to sue you for damaging my car, then there's a third party, because the judge is going to be impartial. If we go and I take you to court and I get to be the judge, you definitely paying more than the damages. I might decide you got to buy me a whole new car.
That's 3 contradictions so far. The 4th contradiction that we get into is when we're talking about, again, his idea of justice. When we're trying to measure these ideas of, can you do something unjust to me in order to compensate for an injustice which was done to you in the past? My opponent's answer is no, of course not. That would be against the violation of the very ethics that he follows. Fair enough. So we dive into who pays the most in taxes, as the federal government themselves has no revenue. They only collect revenue. Turns out that it's Asian Americans, white Americans, Hispanic Americans, and only lastly, Black Americans, which means that disproportionately they would be taking wealth from other groups in order to give it to themselves or have it dispersed to them, which would create this new form of injustice. In fact, by his own words, he says, can the government make policy which has lasting economic impacts on a single group? My concession is, of course they can. But that's exactly what he's proposing here. And then to make matters worse, he didn't seem to understand what per capita meant. He lied outright and said that per capita, it is the case that white people paid more in social programs. That was completely not, that
exactly.
Blacks and whites.
And that's what he wants. That's what he wants the government to do. And then he's going to be mad. Whoa, hey, wait a minute. You decided that you found no wrongdoing? Yep. That worked. That helped Black people so much.
Paid about the same, roughly, and that whites were actually the ones who were getting the most out of these social programs. That was a complete lie. We broke down per capita. Same thing with taxpayers per capita. Of course, it's whites who pay the most in. So over and over and over again, it's contradiction after contradiction after contradiction. And he also bizarrely demanded that I continuously give him definitions for his own argument. And yet he has the positive position. He's the one who's the architect of change. I want to see this thing change. Now, if I came in with a proposition of Christian nationalism, I would fully expect my opponent to say, define your terms and what is it that you're proposing so that we can at least check the consistency. His own proposition negates itself immediately. He also,
and notice how you rarely ever see that debate.
Also lied to you when it came to, and this was early on in the debate, just outright lied and said, no, this is restitution. I said, no, that was a form of punishment, actually, against the Egyptians. No, it wasn't. He pulls up a bunch of Bible verses, and when he read Genesis, he purposely left out the word punishment, which is just amazing. Purposely left it out until I had to point it out. No, this was a form of punishment, not restitution for violating God's law. So it's like, it's just wild to me. I think we could have maybe had a productive conversation back and forth on these, but he brought a formal argument. What do you want me to do? If you bring a formal argument to a debate, I'm going to engage in it. So with that, I'll yield the floor. And I did appreciate the debate.
All right, Austin, up to you now, man. We're going to read out super chats after this, guys. Just a heads up, we're going to be going from most to least. So we'll start with the highest ones and then get down. We'll be reading out all the 20s, but
into a nonsense debate.
Others.
All right.
On to you.
Well, I mean, Andrew did exactly what I anticipated he would do. He turned this into a selfish debate instead of an actual discussion. I think that he exercised a lot of the same.
But it's not a discussion. Why would you go into an Andrew Wilson debate expecting a discussion? That was my mistake. Well, I guess you got to make that mistake to realize, oh, some people are here to play.
Nonsensical tactics that I've seen him do in other debates. He claims to be a Christian and yet wants to selectively apply when Christianity is useful and when it is not. Even citing to him the example of that, yes, it is punishment, but it was also reparations, which was my chief argument when God gave the gold of the Egyptians and the silver of the Egyptians and the wealth of the Egyptians to the children of Israel. There is no Andrew gave no refutation or no additional definition to the term justice, yet wanted to spend about 45 minutes of my time that I will never get back trying to play word games and debate about what justice means, yet not provide a definition for one himself, because in order for him to do that, he would actually have to have a legitimate conversation, but that was not Andrew's intent. His intent was to avoid losing, and so he...
Yeah, bro. Correct. Correct. That should have been your intent as well, to not lose. And maybe then you would have had a better conversation. Christianity is irrelevant to the discussion of reparations. Well, he was the one who said that because of Christian values, reparations are owed. And so I and Andrew agree with you, but that's what he put forth. And so then when you're going to say, well, according to Christianity, it's supposed to be this, then you go to the Bible and it doesn't actually represent what you're saying, well, then you lose. You lose.
Engaged in debating like a sophist instead of actually having a discussion.
Ad hom.
He could not refute at all the idea. He granted, we won if I wanted to, I'll say this in closing. The debate was won the second that he acknowledged that the U.S. government committed acts of harm that lasted for generations with premise one.
No, honey, it was not.
He then spent the rest of the debate trying to say, well, yes, the government did harm Black Americans, but just because harm took place doesn't mean that we owe restitution. No.
That's a reasonable position. Did you refute that position?
True Christian can hold those two things in.
Somebody call it out. Somebody call it out. Read the words that are on screen and tell me what logical fallacy was just put forth. My Lord. My Lord. Anybody catch it? Nobody caught it?
Because he then spent the rest of the debate trying to say, well, yes, the government did harm Black Americans, but just because harm took place doesn't mean that we owe restitution. No true Christian can hold those two things in conjunction.
The no true Scotsman fallacy is saying exactly that. You can't be a Christian and this, because you're not a true Christian unless you do it my way. Only a true Scotsman would like sugar. So it doesn't matter if you were born in Scotland. If you don't like sugar, then you're not Scottish. It doesn't matter if you believe in Christ and follow Christianity. No true Christian would disagree with me. That's not how logic works. Where's the chat? Let's see if the chat caught that. Oh, there's no chat. No true Scotsman fallacy.
And so my argument still stands. If harm is done, restitution is owed. Black people still have not gotten a legitimate form of restitution in the same way that Japanese Americans got when they were paid by the U.S. government $80,000 after they were illegally interned in internment camps. The U.S. government still spends about $32 billion a year on Native Americans, and Black Americans, who generated the most, as Andrew said, an incalculable amount of wealth for this nation, have gotten nothing back as a form of recompense. Andrew cannot refute that. And so
EBT, WIC, subsidies, all the things that he already said.
So the net of it is I came in this debate to do what I did.
I'm going to come.
Which is to tell the truth. And Andrew ran from the truth while I tried to tell it. And that's about it.
All right, guys. The first one coming in from saying, Austin, would your plan include reparations to blacks who came to America post-slavery and post-segregation? And would your plan make whites who came to America post-slavery and post-segregation? If not, how would you stop it from being abused?
This is the debate. This is the interesting part of this conversation. Because if I don't believe there is a way to answer this in such a way that would be satisfactory. But if you could give that answer, I would change my mind.
Very simple. You make people prove.
Oh, it's very simple.
They're a descendant of slaves, or that they.
Okay, what if there's a descendant of slaves and slave owners
were alive and had family members in the United States during the Jim Crow era? My plan would not extend to anybody that did not live or in America post-slavery, or that people that came to America post-slavery, or whites that came post-slavery. I mean, that's just.
You just said Jim Crow. You just said Jim Crow. Am I forgetting history? Was Jim Crow before slavery?
That's a very simple one. My reparations plan would be confined to the actual descendants, the provable descendants of American slaves, and the provable descendants of those that were alive during the Jim Crow era.
Okay, and what percentage? So, like, let's say that I have 50% slave owner in my ancestry and 50% just immigrant. Do I have to pay the same amount as somebody who both sides of their family were slave owners? This is where the conversation could be interesting. But Andrew's too stuck on winning, and Austin's too stuck on not understanding.
All right. Red Fox says, did your syllogism apply to white people? If so, are whites owed reparations for the Civil War, Great Depression, or any other government-failed policies?
Got him.
White Americans were not treated as property in this nation for 200 plus years, so no.
Didn't you say in your opening and just now, right after you talked about Jim Crow, that you... What are we doing? What are we doing?
Red Fox says, Austin, why do you compare harm between whites and blacks in the USA, but not between blacks in the USA and Africans where they came from? Who is better off today?
Well, you brought that up.
Because, wait, not between blacks in the USA and Africans where they came, because one has nothing to do with the other. Martin Luther King Jr. himself said in his last book, Where Do We Go From Here, which was published in 1967, that the American Negro is not an African. He is a true and authentic hybrid. He is a combination of multiple cultures. That's why I wouldn't compare it. Who's better off today? I would have.
That sounds nice, but what does that actually, what is the grounding in that? Is that based on genetics? Is that based on, I mean, just saying things?
Absolutely say that in spite of America's horrendous history, African Americans that are alive on this continent and in this country today are better off than Africans overseas.
Exactly.
Blink for 20 says, Austin, you'd be more effective at this if you weren't getting so emotional when having your position challenged. You can't handle pushback. Now observe what happens within yourself when you heard this read to you.
Got him.
Nothing happened within myself. I don't mind pushback.
You sure? You sure? You sure?
I'm a professional debater.
Are you though? Come on, man. Professional debater? Professional?
Nothing happened within myself. I don't mind pushback.
The irony being, oh, okay. Somebody is actually pointing out a legitimate reason why I didn't do so well and giving me an opportunity to reflect upon myself. Nah. Hey, shout out to Real Black Betty. Welcome to the party. Feed the doggy. I will. Thank you. So, very, very much. Remember, that is double points for movie night. Thank you.
A professional debater.
Brilliant says, for 20, Christianity doesn't promote punishing the son for the sins of the father. Please tell me, Austin, why should the government of today and its citizens suffer for the sins of our forefathers?
No individual should suffer, but the government has to acknowledge that the lasting effects of economic policy can have impacts that last generations.
But the government cannot give to one group without taking from another. It's not even possible.
See, why didn't you get into that during the debate? Shout out again. Thank you. That's 163 points out of 250. Thank you.
Well, if the U.S. government had never taken free labor from black Americans, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
But that doesn't negate the principle which is applied.
It may.
Well, I feel like it does. So
okay, I'm not saying it negates the principle. The U.S. government.
If it doesn't negate the principle, then you are not owed shit. I'm like, I don't claim to be a professional debater. Like, I'm not going to say stupid shit so confidently when I clearly don't understand. We can all tell that he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Why are you acting so confident? Have a little humility. Humility is not necessarily weakness.
And would be simply paying a debt that's owed. Whomever they have to take from, we're all Americans. Well, it's not like
whoever they have to take from. Just whoever. Just go over and we're gonna hit up Jamaica and Grenada. And whoever has to pay it.
It's not like that money wouldn't go right back into the U.S. economy. That's the part that always makes me laugh. The one thing that black Americans are the number one consumer in this country.
Okay, then just keep doing what you're doing, and instead of instead of the money going into there, then we can just keep the money where it is.
Particularly black women. So if black people were cut any degree of a check, which I'm not a fan of, by the way, I'm not a fan of a reparations check. My plan would be more specifically targeted towards home ownership and things of that nature. That money would simply go right back into the U.S. economy. Look at how quickly black Americans spent their stimulus checks.
Yeah, and then what happens with the COVID-19, it leads to massive inflation due to the fact that they printed huge amounts of money and gave it to people,
Yep.
and we're still paying for that inflation to this day, and that's why
Yeah,
some
I
of
don't
the
think
prices
that,
are
like,
so much higher.
like I just said, I
All
agree
your
with
plan
you
would
there.
do well, both plans would inflate the economy. There's no.
Well, no,
ifs,
I
ands, or
don't
buts.
disagree. That's why I'm not a fan of. I'm not a fan of
Reparations?
That would create
No, but any
hyperinflation.
plan that
could
you
be
have
measured-
would
if you
create
measured it
inflation.
out, if you created a plan where you gave
He's just not
measured,
listening.
I'll say measured economic injections and
Oh,
measured
I drank too
steps
much.
to lower inflation. But my plan would also, Andrew,
No,
to be
it
honest with you, my plan would
necessarily is
also
going to
involve-
increase
My plan would
inflation,
also involve re-examining the U.S. dollar to try to reattach it to the gold standard before we try to do any of this, because the U.S.
Good luck with that, pal.
dollar's lost 97.6% of its purchasing power since the Federal Reserve has been in existence. So I
That's
would,
not-
before I did
It's
any
not
of this,
because of gold, dude.
what do you mean it's not because of gold?
It's not because of gold. It's just
No, I didn't say no. I'm not saying it's because of. I'm saying we were taken off the gold standard in 1933 when
71.
FDR signed executive.
I'm not saying it's about gold. I'm just saying when we weren't on gold, I'm losing brain cells. I'm losing brain cells. Oh, real Black Betty again. Obama gave them home loans that they defaulted on. Thank you so very, very much. Adding another 10 points to the weekly goal.
Order 6102, and since that time, the U.S. Federal Reserve has drastically, rapidly increased the money supply, and I mean,
But your
you look
plan's
at
going to increase the money supply no matter what.
that- not necessarily.
There's not. Then
Yes,
I haven't even
necessarily.
crafted the plan in full. Andrew.
Any.
Well,
plan.
that's clear. That's clear. It's very clear that you haven't drafted the plan yet. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Shout out to Real Black Betty. Wait, we have 5. No, we got a new sponsor of the after party. Shout out to Real Black Betty. Thank you so very, very much. Yeah, he's saying I don't have this figured out, but there is a way, I think, that we could take money from Americans and give it to other Americans that isn't bad. No, you cannot. At least not in the context that we're talking about.
Not necessarily.
There's not. Then there's.
I haven't even
it's
crafted the plan in full. Andrew.
any
Clearly.
plan which either offers subsidies or direct payments is going to create inflation, because if you add any market value to something and you begin to pump into that value, it's going to increase the supply. There's no ifs, ands, or buts.
Which is why I would want to re-examine the entire U.S. money supply before doing anything of the sort to mitigate that problem that you just described.
Okay, so you do that first and then figure out what the problem is, and then you'll be able to figure out what the answer is, and then you can debate it. Right now, you are literally debating on a pipe dream, on a vague idea. I'm owed. That's the entirety of what you've brought to the table. Gimme. How to figure it out? I don't know. Anybody can pay me. I don't care. What about the other people that didn't do that? I don't care. Just give me the money. Gimme.
Yeah, that wouldn't mitigate it. No matter what, you're going to
It
inflate
would slow the rate of inflation, Andrew.
but it's still going to cause inflation.
Inflation is inevitable at this point. We have a fiat.
So let's just cause more of it. Let's just cause inflation, because inflation is inevitable. Do you see what I mean? Like, people are just saying things. He's not encoding the fact that, oh, my plan is necessarily going to be bad for inflation. Well, inflation happens anyway. Okay, so isn't that more of a reason not to increase inflation?
Currency. Inflation is built into the system.
Inflation is not
nonsense.
inevitable because you have a fiat currency. That's ridiculous.
Okay, Andrew, then explain to me why the U.S. dollar has lost 97% of its purchasing power since the Fed's been here.
Well,
Money
because
printing?
of money printing, but
That's not inherent.
it's not a necessary.
We could decide that these are now currency. Let's say this is 1 gram. 1 gram of treat is 1 gram of treat. Maybe I decide that in order to become a member, you need to pay me 1 ounce of treat. That doesn't mean that I can print more treats just because it's fiat currency. But I could.
Cause of it being fiat, because you don't have to print the money because you can, dude. It's not necessary. You can have a
Andrew,
fiat
but
currency.
just a minute.
You can
Okay,
pay.
wait a minute.
Hang on.
So
You can
money
pay your
printing-
entire. Bro, just listen to me. You can have money printing capabilities and not print a ton of money. It's not necessary. It depends on what your payouts are, your GDP, and your entitlements. Entitlement spending is the largest spending that we do in the United States, and secondarily is military spending. You don't have to inflate the money supply just because it's fiat. You don't have to.
I don't disagree, but historically, what you're saying, okay, what you're saying is valid. You don't have to, but historically, this is what has happened, and inflation skyrocketed the minute we were taken off of the gold standard because
Okay, and your plan is to add more inflation. How is this relevant?
Inflation was skyrocketing even before that. Even on the gold standard, there's inflation. The problem with all you're talking about with the money supply is a contraction or an addition to, and the more you add to it, the more it inflates, and the more you can.
I hate when people do that. When they just like say a person, Andrew. What? I'm right here. I'm staring at the fucking screen. Just say the thing.
Track from it, the more valuable it becomes, like every other resource.
Andrew, if we had a gold standard, there's a limited amount of gold in the world, period. So if we had a gold standard that places a definitive cap on how much money we could print to begin with.
It doesn't.
Like what you're saying is okay. All right. I mean, that's not
mine more gold.
Okay, Andrew.
No, it doesn't. It would just up values, and then you would take fractions of the gold. That's it. That's what has always traditionally been done.
You still could print, but so much money, Andrew.
No, you could still print.
Why are we taking off the gold standard?
If you were to
it's not. I mean, it's not literally the money printer go burr, but that's more of the mean. But yeah, they don't print money; they create debt from thin air, which causes inflation. I mean, they do print money as well, but yeah.
Here, I'll demonstrate it to you.
Wait, answer that first. If that doesn't, if the gold standard doesn't,
because of Keynesian economics and the idea that you need to bail out certain industries if they get too far behind, or it'll collapse your GDP. That's why. But the point is here is that.
All right.
The point is here is that if you have a gold standard and you attach a greenback to it or a dollar to it, let's say, the dollar's worth this amount of gold, you could still fraction off the gold infinitely in order to create more dollars against those fractions. Do you understand that?
I get that, but I said,
do you though? Do you really get that?
There's still a net limit of the amount of money that could be produced based around the amount of gold in the system.
There's not.
All right, Andrew.
Bro, you just negated your own point.
I didn't negate it.
If you can make infinite fractions,
Andrew, you're talking about. All right,
if you can make infinite fractions for a gold coin, right? This is worth 0.01 of a gold coin.
7.5 minutes, guys.
Attached to that, you can continue fractionally into infinity.
All right. Well, Blaine Pasashik came in and said, question for Austin, have you forgiven your mother or your father?
What? Forgiven them for what?
It's a Jesse Lee. You never seen Jesse Lee Peterson's interviews where he asked them if they've forgiven their mother?
No, I don't watch Jesse Lee Peterson.
Oh, it's pretty funny. Jacob says, the son shall not suffer for the iniquity of the father, nor the father suffer.
Well, I mean, a dollar bill is debt. That it is a representation of debt. So saying that they, whether they do actually print money, which causes inflation, or they create debt, printing money is creating debt. You're absolutely right. Printing the debt it is a certificate that is owed.
For the iniquity of the son is equal 18 and
sorry, let me back it up.
Nor the father. It's pretty funny. Jacob says, the son shall not suffer for the iniquity of the father, nor the father suffer for the iniquity of the son is equal 18 and 20.
You say 18 and 20? Is that an Australian thing? Just like Trump said, Corinthians 2, it's 2 Corinthians, and you'd say, what is it? Ezekiel 18:20. No?
Is equal 18 and 20. Seamer 98 for 20 says, I blame Jake for this man getting a beat down from Andrew. WAWL Jake. That wasn't very nice. Blink. Yeah, I know. I'm getting L's. Blink says for 20, the ancient Jewish and therefore Christian understanding of justice has to do with things being made into the way they're supposed to be. Austin's understanding of justice would mean that God would have to kill everyone.
Essentially, that is true. If it's what's due you, if you believe that we're in a fallen state, then what's due us is death. But Jesus came to conquer that fallen state. He's conquered death, right? That's the whole point. So the whole negation here for Christian ethics has been bizarre to me, but maybe we just have a foundational distinction in how we view Christian ethics.
We clearly have a foundational distinction on how we view Christian ethics.
What denomination are you?
Non-denominational.
Of course.
Then I don't think. Then I think I do understand your position well.
What denomination are
Nicole-
you, Andrew?
I'm an Orthodox Christian.
Nicole Michelle sent a donation as well, supporting the stream over on Stream Elements there, which is pinned in the chat if you guys wanted to send something over there. The great Andrew Thrasher came in and said, "Good evening, Mr. Rattlesnake. Former senior airman Andrew Thrasher here. Another ignorant leftist trying to rewrite historical facts. WT people have been enslaved all over the world
White people.
for thousands of years. Stop crying and not one step back."
Yeah, I'm not sure, Mr. Thrasher, that would negate his argument. His argument, it makes sense until you get into the actual argument itself. I didn't want to muddy the argument up by bringing up white slavery or this type of thing, but just engage with the argument as presented.
Matty Fresh says for 20, at its peak, only 1.4% of US population owned slaves and only concentrated in half of the states. How in the world is this idea of reparations
Exactly.
fair when those who didn't even own slaves owe money to those that never were slaves?
And whoever brought this up about the North and South, I don't know how I've never even put that together in the reparations argument, but I feel pretty stupid. But now I know.
It's not about people. It's about the government institution.
But it
That has
wasn't
no
that
money.
institution.
It has to take necessarily from one group to give to another. That you're just creating a different caste system immediately of people who have injustice, who are being dealt to
Imperfect
them.
humans should have never created a caste system to begin with in the United States of America.
Well, but I can
Agreed. But it happened.
grant this with you granting my position as well. It wouldn't matter if it's the case that we both agree that that system is unjust. For you to say that we should do injustice now in order to compensate for the
It wouldn't
injustice,
be injustice.
then
It'd be
is-
restoration of my view of and using my brand of Christian ethics.
it can't be restoration if you're taking it from unwilling participants to give it to willing participants. That's not.
When Black Americans weren't willing to come over here on the Nina and the Pinta and the Santa Maria.
Oh
That
my
doesn't. What
God.
you're saying makes it has no value to me.
With you that's unjust, and so you would agree with me that the same thing applied in modernity would be unjust. That's the point.
No, I would not agree with you there, Andrew.
Well, then you have a P not P position. It's a contradiction.
Chor says, your entire argument reduces to it doesn't violate Christian ethics to give reparations because we'll just launder it through a third party. That is the most bizarre argument I've ever heard.
Am I back? Can we hear? Yes, good, bad, no? Let me know. Yeah, your entire argument reduces to it doesn't violate Christian ethics to give reparations because we'll just launder it through a third party. I don't fully understand.
That's
I was gonna say it, but I was like, Jesus fucking
Nah.
Christ.
my argument. Who the hell said laundering money? Who the hell said that?
Well, you're using the government as an institution of force to take money from one group to give it to another group. You're using force to do this.
So he's saying, so like he would agree that under Christian ethics, it's not okay to force one group of people to pay that group of people based on the sins of the father. But he's saying, well, but we're going to go through the government to do it. Then it's okay.
As
So
a
force was used to extract free labor. So I see that as an eye for an eye.
Well, eye for an
Well, that's certainly not Christianity.
eye is not a Christian principle.
Stupid.
You sure about that?
I'm
Pretty sure, bro.
100% positive.
I think that
That was Hammurabi's code. Am I wrong about that? Right? Hammurabi's code. I got him. I got him.
the Old Testament would disagree with you there.
The Old Testament, an eye for an eye, and the renewal of the law is negated by Jesus Christ. He renewed. He gave us renewal. We don't deal with
Gave us
things like
renewal,
this.
Andrew, but that still doesn't mean that an eye for an eye is still not a biblical.
Oh, really? So if you come in and you grape my wife, can I go grape your wife?
No,
that's
you
eye
can
for
kill
an
the
eye?
person that raped your wife, though.
That's well, okay, but wait a second. That's not eye for an eye then. You're looking at a different form of justice than eye for an eye. Eye for an eye justice was actually you pluck out my eye, I pluck out yours. Any injustice you do to me, I'm now justified in doing back to you. That's what eye for an eye is.
We have a fundamental disagreement there that is not worth getting into, Andrew.
Okay.
Oh, it's not worth getting into. All right, so this is going to be the last one. If you are in Discord, hang around. I've got some food to make, and I miss hanging out with you guys in the Discord. Again, Friday, I'm going to try to fix it up so that what we tried to do actually does work, and will be in, it'll work, but, give me some time. But hang out. I just got to do my push-ups. Is the last super chat that we're getting through, unless one of you guys super chats me.
FB says, by that logic, the institutions and leftist activists pushing racial division over reparations too. They helped create this toxic culture, spent hundreds of millions promoting it, and contributed to negative societal decay.
And again, by that logic means we disagree with your logic. Because if your logic is correct, then that also needs to be true. And you're laughing at it because it's silly. So your logic is what brought us to your laughter.
That's actually kind of funny.
The J.E. Kitchen says the first official slave owner in the U.S. was a black man named Anthony
shout
Johnson.
out to Nikki. Wait, was that Nikki? Who said that? Who brought up Anthony Johnson?
His descendants to pay up?
Yeah. Slavery is a moral evil. The fuck?
All right, bro. Oh my goodness. You guys know what time it is. Guys, time to do some push-ups. You paid me. Now, it is time to pay yourself. How many we got? We're at 14 plus 110, 124. I can do math. Jesus Christ, 62 push-ups! Here we fucking go! Oh boy.
Kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood, but he walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice watching fire, a mic on this guard. The chaos watches when the Nazi glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the fray. The faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of coming sin. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will break the faith.
Thirty, 31. All right, that's halfway. 31, let's go. All right, 15 more. Oh, thanks. Five more. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 1. Or good luck. Let's fucking go. Am I dead? Did nobody say nothing? Holy shit. Well, thank you so very, very much, guys. My goodness, you guys went hard tonight. So where are we at? 173 points. 173 points. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be live again tomorrow. If not, definitely Friday. And if I'm not live tomorrow, I will definitely be live on Saturday to give you guys an opportunity to get that movie night. Thank you so very, very much. Oh, let's give a big shout out to all of the donations. My goodness. Thank you. Look at it. Just look at it. Oh, man. You guys really came through. Thank you so very, very much, guys. I know that you could be doing anything else in the world, and yet here you are hanging out with me and the Overlord, and that means the fucking world to me. Thank you so much. Oh, this hair looking crazy. My headphone hair. Thank you guys so very, very much. It really does mean the world to me. I say it all the time because I really do care that much. Thank you so very, very much. Yeah, you guys are amazing. Thank you so much. Until next time, guys. Once again, that is Morty the Overlord, and I have been your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Remember, I am jumping right I'm already in there with Box, Blueberry Street, Mad Puppet. We are hanging out in the Discord voice channel. It is free. Come and join us. If you're not already a member of the Discord and you join, just tag me in something or DM me or something so I can give you the permissions, because it's time for the after party. Guys, thank you so very, very much. Once again, we've got Morty the Overlord, and I have been your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, we are out of here. Peace.